Shalom, Most High in Christ blessed. Blessed Sabbath to you. My name is Brother Zerubbabel.
And my name is Ezra Zelazar.
We're with Children of Israel, and we are back again on the Sabbath day to bring out another lesson for you. Over the past couple of weeks, we've been dealing with the calendar of the Most High um, and bringing out the truth about the calendars that all of the camps are following. Um, because we have people following different calendars. We have people following like the lunar Sabbath calendar, got people following the new moon calendars, such as the dark moon, sliver moon, full moon. Um, and there are a few camps that are following the Enoch calendar, which is a solar calendar. And that's what we're bringing out. That's the calendar that uh, we are now following, because after we did due diligence and study, reading the scriptures, breaking everything down as we're teaching you, we're showing you exactly the way we went and studied it. We went to the day first, we went to the week, now we're at the month, and the last lesson will sum it all up with the year. And you notice that I mentioned that we follow the Enoch calendar. Um, but Lord's will, you will notice that in lesson one, did we bring anything out from Enoch? No. Lesson two, did we bring anything out from Enoch? No. Lesson three, are we going to have to bring anything out from Enoch? No. And it's being done purposely to show that everything that we are teaching from the Enoch calendar is proven in the scriptures. From lesson one that we've done that dealt with nothing but the day, lesson two that we've done that dealt with nothing but the week, and now we're about to bring out lesson three that has to deal with the month. And we don't even have to bring anything out from the book of Enoch to prove and show that what we've been following when we were following the new moons and the dark moon, the full moon, and some of the camps following the sliver moon, the lunar Sabbath, and all these different calendars that are out there. We are able to debunk it by sticking to the precepts. Remember, through thy precepts I get understanding. Like we've said before, we're not going to take any shortcuts. Yes, these lessons are long, and they're long for a reason, because the Most High gave us all the information that we need to understand how his calendar works. But you're not going to be able to get the full understanding unless you go here a little and there a little. Here a little out of the so-called 66 books, here a little bit from the Apocrypha, Enoch, a little bit from Jasher, a little bit from Jubilees. And all of it sums up the whole picture. But what we're trying to show you is that before we even have to open up the book of Enoch, dealing with the day, we can debunk the people that are teaching the morning Sabbaths. We can debunk the people that are dealing with the lunar Sabbath. When it comes to the week, you go back and watch the lessons. We can debunk through the precepts people that are teaching the lunar Sabbath. And we're not saying that, like, you see some people that come on and saying lunar Sabbath destroyed or lunar Sabbath debunked, and putting these elaborate titles in their lessons to get people to go, oh, and run to their channel and watch the lesson. As we've said, go back and watch the lessons, Lesson 1, follow them in order. Lesson 2, lesson 3. We're going to begin lesson 3. We're going to open up with the book of Nehemiah, chapter 9 and verse 13.
The book of Nehemiah, chapter 9 and verse 13.
You're going to read through verse 14.
Thou camest down also upon Mount Sinai, and spakest with them from heaven, and gavest them right judgments and true laws, good statutes and commandments, and madest known unto them thy holy Sabbath, and commandest them precepts, statutes, and laws by the hand of Moses thy servant.
So it's saying that thou camest down also upon Mount Sinai. When did that happen? When you go and read the book of Exodus chapter 20, the Most High came down. He told Moses to gather the people together at the bottom of the mount. And he came down and he spoke to the children of Israel and spoke the commandments to them. All right. And spake us with them from heaven and gave us them right judgments and true laws, good statutes and commandments, and made us known unto them thy holy Sabbath, and commandedst them precepts, statutes, and laws by the hand of Moses, thy servant. So he commanded us precepts, statutes, and laws by the hand of Moses. And we're supposed to be keeping those precepts, those statutes and laws diligently, not to the best of our ability, but keeping them perfectly. Let's go to Psalms 119 and 1 through 4.
The book of Psalms, chapter 119 and verse 1. Blessed are the undefiled in the way, who walk in the law of the Lord. Blessed are they that keep his testimonies and that seek him with the whole heart. They also do iniquity. They walk in his ways.
Read that again. Make sure you read it right.
They also do no iniquity.
There we go.
They walk in his ways. Thou hast commanded us to keep thy precepts diligently.
So he's saying, blessed are the undefiled in the way. A lot of our brothers think that they're clean. They think that they're undefiled, but they're not. Who walk in the law of the Lord. We are not walking in the law of the Lord, no matter how much your camp leaders and a lot of these self-professed leaders of Israel are professing that they keep the commandments and they're walking in the law. No, they're not. Blessed are they that keep his testimonies and that seek him with the whole heart. They also do no iniquity. They walk in his ways. When you take a step back and you examine Israel as a community, as a nation, as a people, we are not walking in the ways of the Most High. Thou hast commanded us to keep thy precepts diligently. Isn't that what I just said a second ago? Mm-hmm. We have to diligently keep his precepts, not to the best of our ability. Let's go to Psalms 119 and 26 through 29.
The book of Psalms, chapter 119 and verse 26. I have declared my ways, and thou heardest me. Teach me thy statutes. Make me to understand the way of the precepts. So shall I talk to thy wondrous works. My soul melteth for heaviness. Strength thou me according unto thy word. Remove from me the way of lying, and grant me thy law graciously.
So he says, I've declared my ways, and thou heardest me. Teach me thy statutes. So how did he declare his ways? In other words, he has confessed his sins. He's confessed his wickedness. He's expressed to the Most High his sorrow and his supplications for the things that he's done. And he's saying that he was heard. And now he's asking the Most High, teach me thy statutes. That's what I had to do. That's what Ezra had to do. That's what a lot of our people that are coming into the knowledge of this truth are doing. And a lot of them say they're doing it, but when you look at their works and you look at their actions and you hear their speech, it makes you have to wonder and say, wait a minute, did this person really repent? Or are they just using this as a way to make money? Or you know what I mean? There are a lot of people coming into the truth and they're not doing it sincerely. They have an agenda. He says, teach me thy statutes, make me to understand the way of thy precepts. And that's exactly what we had to do. We had to pray to the Most High. We had to ask him, give me understanding, Lord. Give me knowledge. Give me wisdom of your ways. Says, so shall I talk of thy wondrous works. That's exactly what we're doing. When you see people, teaching, when we're sitting around talking, we're talking about the wondrous works of the Most High. My soul melted for heaviness. Strengthen thou me according unto thy word. Remove from me the way of lying. A lot of these guys haven't done that. They have not asked the Most High to remove from them the way of lying. Some of them love lies, and they continue to lie to the people. It says, and grant me thy law graciously. That's why you have to be very circumspect about who you are listening to, because we're already being lied to by our enemies. We're already being lied to by Esau. And it hurts even more to see that our people are being lied to by our own people. Let's go to Deuteronomy 33 and 29. When it comes to dealing with the calendars and things like that, we already know that it's been prophesied that our enemies were going to go and change times and laws and things like that, or think to change times and laws. They made changes, but not the drastic changes that you may think. But we have been lied to and led to believe that we're supposed to be following the moon and luminaries and things like that we're not supposed to be following. Read what you got.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 33 and verse 29. Happy art thou, O Israel, who is like unto thee, O people saved by the Lord, the shield of thy help, and who is the sword of thy excellency. And thy enemies shall be found liars unto thee, and thou shalt tread upon their high places.
So he says, and thine enemies shall be found liars unto thee. Our enemies shall be found liars unto us. And when you start to examine the Bible compared to what we learned in the Christian churches, it starts to become crystal clear how much we've been lied to, how badly we've been lied to. Let's go to Jeremiah 16:19.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 16 and verse 19. O Lord, my strength and my fortress and my refuge in thy day of affliction. The Gentiles shall come unto thee from the ends of the earth and shall say, surely our fathers have inherited lies, vanity, and things wherein there is no profit.
So at some point, these other nations, they're going to come to the Most High. They're going to come from the ends of the earth. And they're going to have to acknowledge, surely our fathers have inherited lies. They don't understand that, especially, that's why you have to feel sorry for these Edomites and Esau, because they have no idea what's coming. That's why they're freaking out right now. They're petrified. They're hearing about these Israelites. They're seeing these Israelites on the streets teaching, see these people waking up, hearing that they're going to be going into captivity, finding out that the God that they thought that they had been serving hates them, and they're petrified. At some point, they're going to have to wake up and be like, you know what, man, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, All these dudes, the so-called forefathers of the founding fathers of this nation, they lied to us. They didn't tell us who it was that we took into captivity. They never told us that it was God's children that they had in slavery. They never told us that the people that that we've been hating all this time are the children of God. They never told us that they're actually above us and that we're the ones that's beneath them. They're going to have to come to the understanding that they've inherited lies. But right now, they're going to do everything they can to hide those lies. They're doing everything they can to cover up those lies because they want to keep that position they've got. They're running the earth. Everything is in their hands. They've got full control. And anybody that's got control of something, do they want to let that control go? No. That's why even among Israel, are we going to see, while we're here right now, Israel come together and come to one understanding and do all things the same the way we're supposed to, following the same calendar, doing our high holy, following the Sabbaths the same, following the high holy days on the same day? Will we see that before Christ comes back? We could, because that's what he is basically has told us to do. But you have certain people in Israel that don't want to do it because they have an agenda. They're not really trying to bring all of Israel together. They're just trying to bring together their one little group and make that group expand so that they can stay in control of people and make money and line their pockets up and live fat. But are you going to open your eyes and see it? That's the question. Let's go to Acts 20 and 29 through 30.
The book of Acts, chapter 20 and verse 29. For I know this, that after my departing shall grievous wolves enter among you, not sparing the flock. Also, of your own selves shall men rise, speaking perverse things to draw away disciples after them.
Do we not see this happening today? He says, for I know this, that after my departing shall grievous wolves enter in among you, not sparing the flock. That's why we're hearing about, brothers getting, threatened, brothers getting, by leadership, people getting ostracized for their camp, because of false judgments, false accusations. And it's in all the camps. Leaders committing adultery with men's wives that are under their leadership, taking advantage of their position, teaching lies, speaking hypocrisies. That's why he says in verse 30, also of your own selves shall men arise. Talking about people from our community. Some of these leaders that our people idolize so much. These are the same leaders that are behind the scenes, caught up in all kinds of sins, caught up in all kinds of foolishness, speaking perverse things, teaching doctrines that they shouldn't be teaching, leading our people astray from the truth. Speaking perverse things, he says, to draw away disciples after them. That's all it is. It's all about their ego. You have a lot of very egocentric men in Israel, very egotistical, that all they want is they want people following after them. They want to have that power and control. and they want to see how many people they can have following behind them. And if that means putting a little bit of lies in with the truth in order to get people's attention, in order to come into their camp or their church or their group, then, you know, a little white lie is not going to hurt. What kind of lies am I talking about? I'll give you an example. Well, we'll add the 13th month, but we just won't tell them about it because they're not going to go and research it anyway. They're not going to notice. It's no different than the Christian church. The Christian church, they already know that 90% of their members are not going to go open up their Bibles and study. That's how they get away with fooling them, teaching them lies. That's what you see going on in Israel. Is what you don't know don't hurt. And these men are getting away with it because you won't go open your book and study. You just listen to their lies and take it verbatim. We got to be aware of this. You cannot allow yourself to be deceived. Let's go to 2 Timothy 3:13.
The book of 2 Timothy chapter 3 and verse 13. But evil men and seducers shall wax worse and worse, deceiving and being deceived.
We're seeing this happening throughout the earth in these last days. And we've been warned about it. And we wonder why Israel is in so much turmoil. Because there are evil men and seducers that are waxing worse and worse. They're deceiving and they're being deceived. They've even deceived their own selves. Let's go to 1 Timothy 4 and 1 through 2. I'll just let the precepts speak.
The book of 1 Timothy chapter 4 and verse 1. Now the Spirit speaketh expressively, that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils, speaking lies in hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hard iron.
So it says, now the Spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith. You see a lot of people departing from the faith. They're departing from the truth. It says, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils. There are a lot of our people that are giving heed to a lot of these seducing spirits. What do we mean by that? Right now, we're in the midst of Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And you see the Passover being turned into nothing but a way for these camps and these groups to keep you blinded from the truth by keeping you entertained and distracted. That's what it's turning into. Not following after the things that Christ said and did for the Passover and what he taught us to do for the Passover and what we were taught in the Bible to, how to keep the Passover. But you're being distracted by a lot of worldly things. That's what these seducing spirits and these doctrines of devils. You see a lot of things being done for the Passover and during the Feast of Unleavened Bread that you will not find in the scriptures. Nowhere in the scriptures are we told or instructed to do these things. You still see brothers arguing with each other, holding malice and hatred and envy towards each other. Camps getting into heated arguments and debates, over where and when and how they're, keeping their Passovers. It's crazy. He says, speaking lies and hypocrisy. I just said that a few minutes ago. You hear a lot of these leaders speaking lies and hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hot iron. It's like, I'll use this example again. It's like somebody taking a hot iron and putting it on top of your head and ironing the top of your skull with a hot iron. All that your brain's getting fried because of the lies. Let's go to 2 Peter's 2 and 1 through 3.
The book of 2 Peter, chapter 2 and verse 1. But there were false prophets also among the people, even as there shall be false teachers among you, who privily shall bring in damnable heresies, even denying the Lord that brought them, and bring upon themselves swift destruction. And many shall follow their pernicious ways, by reason of whom the way of truth shall be evil spoken of. And through covetousness shall they with feigned words make merchandise of you, whose judgment now of a long time lingereth not, and their damnation slumbereth not.
2 Peter's 2 and 1. He says, but there were false prophets also among the people, even as there shall be false teachers among you. So he's telling us in the past, there were false prophets among the people. And in the future, even in today's times, that there will be false teachers among us. We were warned about this, who privily shall bring in damnable heresies. What are these damnable heresies? Lunar Sabbaths, following the moon, adding a 13th month, adding what do you call it? I always forget the name that these lunar Sabbath people call it, transitional days. Being caught up in all kinds of idolatry and adultery, bringing in damnable heresies like multiple wives, and that we're going to have multiple wives in the kingdom. Damnable heresies like having the image of, you know, these the image of the Black Christ and all these other images that you see floating around Israel. Even denying the Lord that bought them. You see a lot of that going on. A lot of these Old Testament only Hebrews that are showing up, denying the Lord, denying Christ that bought them, who purchased Israel with his own blood. Go to Acts 20:28 real quick. We just read 29, but go to 28.
The book of Acts, chapter 20 and verse 28. Take heed therefore unto yourselves, and to all the flock over the which the Holy Ghost had made you overseers, to feed the church of God, which he had purchased with his own blood.
So if you've watched our lesson about who the church is, you will know already that the church is the Israelites. The church is a nation of people. It's not the so-called Christian churches. It's not the Catholic Church. It's not the Iglesia Ni Cristo. It's not the Seventh-day Adventists. It's not the Mormons. It's not the Jehovah Wickedness. It's not the Baptist, the Methodist, the Pentecostal, or the Protestant. It is none of these. The church of God are the Israelites, and he purchased them with his own blood. And we have some of our people who are denying the Lord that bought them. And it says, and bring upon themselves swift destruction. Verse 2, it says, and many shall follow their pernicious ways. You have people, or, you know, they use this model that, how do you know which camp the Lord's working with? Look at how we're growing. We're all over the world. We got camps, we got schools, we got churches all over the world. Iglesia Ni Cristo has churches all over the world. The Mormons have churches in every city, in every state in the US and around the world. The Jehovah's Witness also have churches, which they call kingdom halls, in every city, in every state in this country and all over the world. The Catholic Church has churches in every city and state in America and around the world. So does the Seventh-day Adventist and the Mormons and the Pentecostals. And you could go on and on. So just because your organization, not organized nation, as some people call themselves, we're an organized nation. Like, no, you're not. You're an organization. You're an organization. One of many that are popping up. And your goal is to make merchandise of your people, as he goes on to say. And many shall follow their pernicious ways, by reason of whom the way of truth shall be evil spoken of. Why do you think? What did I show you the other day? All I did was typed in Hebrew Israelites, and all you get is a whole list of these Christian apologetics, their groups that are posting all these videos on YouTube of the foolishness of the Israelites. And then our people want to sit back and complain about, oh, they're making these videos about us. All these apologetics, all they want to do is put these videos out there, trying to lie about the truth and lie about us. Like, they wouldn't be able to put those videos up if you weren't out there acting foolishly.
Right.
If you weren't out there using all that profanity, making threats, bragging, you know what I mean? Boasting about how we're going to put the white man in. We know that. We know this already. But why are we going to go out there and allow them to speak evil of the truth? Why is anybody going to believe and trust that we're the Israelites if we're out there on the streets acting like NIWGAs, acting ignorant, talking about raping women? Women are walking by and you're out there at camp and you're talking about, yeah, I'm going to have that one. That one going to be mine. I'm raping you. I'm going to have fun with you. That is the most ignorant, foolish thing. No, we're not going to be raping no women in the kingdom. And anybody that thinks that that's happening and you're looking forward to it, you better go take a look in the mirror. And if your leader is teaching that, you better take a cold, hard look at your leader and understand that your leader must have something wrong with them. They've got some mental issues that they need to deal with. If they're talking about raping little girls and all this kind of stuff, there's something wrong with your leader. All of this foolishness. And many shall follow their pernicious ways, by reason of whom the way of truth shall be evil spoken of. None of these videos would be able to be put up on YouTube by these apologetics and these Christians if some of our people out there on the streets weren't out there acting ignorant and acting stupid. And I'm just going to tell it like it is, because there are a lot of our brothers out there teaching on the streets that are out there acting foolishly, and it's being recorded and it's being put up on YouTube and making the entire Israelite community look bad. Verse 3, and through covetousness shall they with feigned words make merchandise of you. Our people love feigned words. They love hearing lies. They love hearing smooth words. hearing these guys that give these long speeches, these long prayers, and do you know what I mean? They come online and they give these big, long, grand opening statements, and our people love that stuff and make merchandise of you. Where in the scriptures do you read that our people had to pay $30, $100, $250, $400, $500 in order to attend the Passover? I'm going to sit back and wait for somebody to at least just type it in the comments or something if anybody's watching. Because see, they don't want to watch us because we're going to bring out the truth, and we're not going to sugarcoat. We're not going to sit here and make excuses. Where in the scriptures do you read that our people had to pay to go to the temple for the Passover? Besides having to pay for your travel or whatever, you know what I mean, or pay for your what do you call it? Your offerings that we had to bring. And there's a lot of other stuff going on. I'm just not going to make mention of it. That you see happening for the Passovers that you don't see in the scriptures. There's nowhere in the scriptures that we're told to be doing this stuff. All right. But well, some of them you do have to. Let me back up. You do have to make mention of some of it because that's how they're making merchandise of you. Black Wall Streets, T-shirts, forcing people to, have to buy, these garments, making thousands of dollars off of Passover, holding concerts, charging people to come to the concerts, having fashion shows. You could go on and on with the stuff that's going on. Holding Passovers in clubs. And I know that's a very sensitive topic. Some people are accusing, certain groups of holding their Passovers in strip clubs. There's no evidence at all that it was a strip club. But just the fact of holding it in a club. As so-called leaders of Israel, you would think that you would have enough common sense to not even hold Passover in a club. Just, little things like this. Well, not little things. These are huge things that are happening in Israel. Things like this that are allowing the truth to be evil spoken of. And it's not just, one or two groups. You see this going on throughout Israel. You see this going on throughout Israel. Well, what are some of the other things? Holding stage plays.
Charging to learn.
Huh?
Charging to learn the scriptures.
You said urging?
No, charging to learn.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, charging, for, to learn the scriptures and stuff. Yeah, you're absolutely right. We're gonna bring out, the Passover and all the things behind the Passover. But if you want to get that information, you got to go and sign up for such and such online classes and pay $150 or $200. This stuff is happening right before our faces, but our people will ignore it because they want to feel good and have fun going to the Passover. The Passover is not about just going and having a good time, dancing as if you are at a club. Passover has become so worldly in Israel that it's unreal. And if anybody gets mad at me for saying it, so be it. We're reading what the Most High is saying. And if you are conducting yourself in this way, don't get mad at us. Go read the scriptures we're bringing out and go take a hard look in the mirror. Let's go to Titus 1:10-11.
The book of Titus, chapter 1 and verse 10. For there are many unruly and vain talkers and deceivers, especially they of the circumcision, whose mouth must be stopped, who subvert whole houses, teaching things which they ought not, for filthy lucre's sake.
I don't even have to really even break that down because you should have it should be crystal clear by now of what's going on in these camps and what these high holy days are turning into. Let's go to Colossians 2:8.
The book of Colossians, chapter 2 and verse 8. Beware, lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit, after the traditions of men, after the rudiments of the world, and not after Christ.
That's heavy. Beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit. Some of these men are bringing philosophies of the world and, and speaking to you things that they shouldn't be speaking, which is nothing but vain deceit. They're consciously deceiving you after the tradition of men, after the rudiments of the world, and not after Christ. Where in the scriptures do you see Christ holding a concert at the Passover, or any of our people holding a concert at the Passover, having a fashion show at the Passover? Pretty soon you're going to see them having comedy shows. They're going to be in what you said earlier, you know what I mean, having reality shows and stuff like that.
Right.
Are people being caught up in social media, fighting and arguing over Facebook posts? Our people are still caught up in a carnal, worldly mind state. And it's time for us to come out of it. That's not Christ-like. It's not after Christ. Let's go to Ephesians 4:14.
The book of Ephesians, chapter 4 and verse 14. That we henceforth be not more children tossed to and fro, and carried about with every wind of doctrine, by the slaying of men, and cunning and craftiness, whereby they lie in wait to deceive.
So it says that we henceforth be no more children tossed to and fro and carried about with every wind of doctrine by the sleight of men and cunning craftiness, whereby they lie in wait to deceive. Some of these men are consciously just sitting back trying to figure out who's simple-minded enough that they can deceive them. Excuse me. And when you are aware enough to go and seek out the truth and search the scriptures and find out whether the things that they've been teaching you line up with the scriptures or not, then they want to call you a dummy. Then they want to call you a fool. Then they want to call you stupid, an idiot. You want to listen to these idiots online and these stupid fools and these dummies? That's what a kid does when they have no other recourse. They've got no other way to communicate their feelings or communicate what they're thinking. They lash out, especially when they've been caught doing something that they're not supposed to be doing. That's how a child reacts. We as grown-ups should not be reacting that way. That's worldly. People of the world react that way when they can't explain their doctrines, or they can't explain the reason why they do things. That's where people of the world get testy and want to argue, and that arguing escalates into physical violence. We see that happening in Israel. So now, again, this lesson, we are dealing with the month. And in dealing with the month, just like we dealt with the day, we dealt with the week in the first two lessons. In this lesson, we are going to be dealing with the month. And in doing so, there are certain questions that we have to ask, such as, did the Most High ever intend for the children of Israel to follow the moon? Is there anywhere written in the scriptures where the Most High told us to look at the moon and follow the moon? Because you have men in Israel that teach, that swear up and down when they read certain scriptures. You see, he told us this month is the first month of your year, and he was pointing up at the moon and saying, you see, this month, and it's like, where do you read that in the scriptures? You're making stuff up. There is nowhere in the scriptures where the Most High or Moses or any of the prophets pointed up at the moon and said, follow the moon. The month, when does it begin? What month is the first month of the year? How many days are there in each month? Were the children of Israel ever commanded to watch the moon? So we're going to start first with the first question. Did the Most High ever intend for the children of Israel to follow the moon? Let's find out. We're going to go through the precepts. We're going to go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. And we're going to prove that the Most High never intended for us to follow the moon, and show where we got this from. So we're going to open up with Deuteronomy chapter 18 and verse 9 through 13. Deuteronomy 18 and 9 through 13. Actually, go through 14.
Okay. The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 18 and verse 9. When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not learn to do after the abominations of those nations. There shall not be found among you any one that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, or that useth divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer. For all that do these things are an abomination unto the Lord. And because of these abominations, the Lord thy God doth drive them out from before thee. Thou shalt be perfect with the Lord thy God.
What did he just say?
Thou shalt be perfect with the Lord thy God.
No, we're supposed to do it to the best of our ability.
Thou shalt be perfect with the Lord thy God.
Read on.
For these nations which thou shalt possess hearkeneth unto observers of times, and unto the diviners. But as for thee, the Lord thy God hath not suffered thee so to do.
So we have a whole nother lesson that goes into, this witchcraft and wizardry and all of that. But what we're pointing out is that the Most High never intended for us to be doing that. Being an observer of times, following the horoscopes and all of that kind of stuff. We were never. It was never intended for us to do that. Let's go to Leviticus 19:26.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 19 and verse 26. Ye shall not eat anything with the blood, neither shall ye use enchantment, nor observe times.
Nor observe times. We've been warned about this over and over and over again. Let's go to Deuteronomy 4:19.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 4 and verse 19. Unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the host of heaven, shouldest be driven to worship them and serve them, which the Lord thy God had divided unto all nations under the whole heaven.
The Most High gave the sun, moon, and stars as luminaries, as a sign for us to do what? To do their office, to do their work, to give light, to be a way for us to, for this, give light for the day and the night. As a way for us to be able to keep track of days and years. But as far as worshiping them, he gave that to all the other nations. And what you're going to find is that even today, Israel is still bowing the knee of their heart to these deities. In some of the high holy days that we're keeping, we're not doing anything any different than what our forefathers did in the past, which pissed the Most High off, because we were not only doing the high holy days in the wrong seasons, but on the wrong days, and following after these deities of these other nations. He says, unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the hosts of heaven, shouldest be driven to worship them and serve them, which the Lord thy God had divided unto all nations under the whole heaven. You see graphic designs of these pictures that some of these artists are making for, some of these camps in Israel, where they have the dude up in front of the moon blowing the shofar and, blowing to the moon. Whether you realize it or not, that's teaching you how to bow the knee of your heart to the moon. Going outside on the day of the night of the new moon, blowing your shofar, and they're looking at the moon and boo. They don't realize that they've made this moon, they made the moon an idol, and don't get it. They don't understand it. And not just from the action, like I just said a second ago, the fact that you're going to go make t-shirts and sweatshirts and posters and sell them. I just thought about that, and sell them. Let's go to Job 31 and 26. Actually, you know what? I'm sorry. Let's go to Deuteronomy. No, we're there. Deuteronomy 17 and 2 through 5, right? And I forgot to switch the thing. So let's go to Job 31 and 26 through 28.
We didn't read that, Deuteronomy 17.
Oh, we didn't? Oh, all right. Go ahead and read it.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 17 and verse 2. If there be found among you within any of thy gates, which the Lord thy God giveth thee, man or woman, that had wrought wickedness in the sight of the Lord thy God, in transgressing his covenant, and have gone and served other gods, and worshipped them, either the sun or moon, or any other host of heaven, which I have not commanded, and it be told thee, and thou hast heard of it, and inquired diligently, and behold, it be true, and the thing certain, that such abomination is wrought in Israel, then shalt thou bring forth that man or that woman which have committed that wicked thing unto thy gate, even that man or that woman, and shall stone them with stones till they die.
There are a lot of our leaders in Israel, a lot of our brothers in Israel, that if we were back in those times before Christ came, before we were given this grace and of his mercy, see, now you have a way to repent. Now we can repent of these things. But back then, you would have got stoned. It was death for the idolatry that you see Israel caught up in today, because Israel is still worshiping the sun and the moon and the stars and don't even realize it, because they're still caught up in such a worldly state, idolizing the sun and the moon and the stars. And he has not commanded Israel to do these things. The moment you take these things and you put them on a t-shirt, you put it on a poster, you've made it an idol. And you're teaching your congregation to bow the knee of their hearts to these idols. And not only that, following after them for the high holy days. We're following behind these other nations. That's what they did. And we've already just read that he said, do not follow after these other nations. Let's go to Job 31 and 26 through 28 now.
The book of Job, chapter 31 and verse 26. If I beheld the sun when it shineth, or the moon walking in brightness, and my heart had been secretly enticed,
And your heart has what?
Has been secretly enticed.
He says, and my heart has been secretly enticed. Some of you don't realize that your hearts have been secretly enticed to follow after these moon deities of these other nations, and you don't know it. You don't realize it. Go ahead.
Or my mouth had kissed my hand. This also were an iniquity to be punished by the judge, for I should have denied the God that is above.
You are denying the Most High that is above. You're denying him. What is that? The breaking of commandment what? The breaking of commandment 3. Taking the name of the Lord in vain. People don't realize how big of an issue this is, that we are following the moon. You are denying. And if you don't understand what I mean by denying the Lord is the breaking of commandment 3, go watch our video about commandment 3, because we fully break down commandment 3. Go and watch it. Let's go to Jeremiah 10 and 2.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 10 and verse 2. Thus said the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven. for the heathen are dismayed at them.
And we all have been there. We were all there at one point before we came to the understanding, like, wait a minute, what we're doing is idolatry. Where did we learn it from? From being in the camps that we were with, following the dark moon or the full moon or the sliver moon. Some of our brothers, like we said, are following the lunar Sabbath. He says, learn not the way of the heathen and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them. The heathen are doing these things. The heathen are the ones that were out there making t-shirts and posters and making clay models of the sun and the stars, and you know what I mean, just like the LGBTQ community gonna take the Lord's rainbow and turn it into something wicked and evil as a a sign of the LGBTQ community. Those are the things that the heathen are doing with the signs up in heaven. The Most High told us not to be dismayed at the signs of heaven. But our people, even today, and we're going to read a lot about our people in the past that were looking up at the moon and following after these moon gods, these moon deities. And our people are still doing the same thing today, following after these other nations, and they don't even realize it, don't recognize it. Let's go to 2 Kings 17 and 15 through 16.
The book of 2 Kings, chapter 17 and verse 15. And they rejected his statutes and his covenant that he made with their fathers, and his testimony which he testified against them. And they followed vanity and became vain, and went after the heathen that were round about them, concerning whom the Lord had charged them that they should not be like them. And they left all the commandments of the Lord their God, and made them molten image, even 2 calves, and made a grove, and worship all the host of heaven, and serve Baal.
So look at what our forefathers did. See, a lot of the times, all you hear from the Israelite leaders and camps and things like that is, how great our men were, which they were. Our forefathers, they were great men. How righteous they were. But no, not everything our forefathers did was righteous. Not everything they did was on the up and up. For whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning. We have to go back and look at the past, look at how our forefathers dealt with the Most High in the past, what got us into captivity, and we need to do a cold hard look in the mirror and do the opposite of what our forefathers did. It says, and they rejected his statutes, which a lot of our camp leaders and our leadership of Israel today are doing. They're rejecting his statutes and his covenant that he made with their fathers and his testimonies, which he testified against them. And they followed vanity and became vain and went after the heathen that were round about them, concerning whom the Lord had charged them that they should not do like them. Here in Babylon, the great America, just like our forefathers were back then, when we were in the land, we were surrounded by all the other lands. We were surrounded by the Edomites, the Moabites, the Ammonites, and so on. Today, here in Babylon, the great America, we are here in America in the midst of the so-called white man, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Filipino, the Korean, the Vietnamese, the Hmong, the Mien, the Thai. Who else? I'm thinking, well, you got the so-called African coming here now. You've got the East Indian. You've got the Arabs. We're surrounded by everyone. And what are people doing here in America? We're following after their gods. We're following after their ways, whether you realize it or not. If you're caught up in the world, you're going to the gym every day, working out, putting the gym before the Most High, you're still in a Greekish mindset. You're still following after the Greek gods. You're still following after Zeus and all these Greek deities. You going and say, taking your kids to these martial arts schools, or you're going into these so-called traditional martial arts schools. And I know, because that's anybody, like I said, anyone that knows me knows that that's what I've been doing for over 30 years of my life, until I came to the understanding of the truth a few years ago and say, you know what? I got to walk away from this. It's all idolatry. You're following after the deities of the Chinese, of the Koreans. It is what it is. I studied a lot of martial arts, studied Filipino martial arts for 20 years, studied Korean martial arts of Taekwondo and Hapkido, got into Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and mixed martial arts. So I have a very diverse background in martial arts and was around these nations, pretty much my entire life around these other nations. We're following after their customs. We're following after their deities, and we don't realize that. They've made yoga very popular in America, not realizing that when you're going into these yoga studios, you are following after the deities of the East Indians. Oh, and I forgot, with the martial arts schools, you don't realize you're following after mostly Buddhism. But also, too, they're still, and we're going to get into it, they're still following after the same deities that they followed back in the day that we read about in the scriptures. We've got to make our people aware of this, because if you're caught up in the world and you're doing this stuff, you don't realize you're still in a very carnal mind state. You're caught up in idolatry and you're going against the Most High. Again, he says, and they rejected his statutes and his covenant that he made with their fathers, and his testimonies which he testified against them. And they followed vanity and became vain, and went after the heathen that were round about them, concerning whom the Lord had charged them that they should not do like them. I didn't know any better when, I began my martial arts training at a young age and followed it my whole life. I thought it was the greatest thing ever, and never stopped to think that I was putting that before the Most High. And that's what you see going on, that people are putting these sports, these athletics, and this yoga training, going to the gym, getting caught up in CrossFit and doing these Spartan races and all this kind of stuff, following after the other nations. Verse 16, and they left all the commandments of the Lord their God. I did the same thing. I loved going to church as a kid, all the way up through junior high school. And then all of a sudden, now when I look back, I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden, when high school came and I got more caught up and involved in football and track in high school, I forgot all about the Most High. I forgot all about going to church for a long time. Until I probably hit about 30 years old, and it started, to come like, what, started seeking. Man, I don't know what it was. I want to get a Bible and start reading the Bible. I need to learn, because I remembered how it was when I was a kid. I really wanted to know about Jesus. I really wanted to know about God and the Bible and keeping his commandments. Went and joined the church. and was diligent in that church. And then to come to the realization when I was first introduced to the truth in 2014 that I didn't know anything, that I hadn't learned nothing in church all those years. But I can go back and realize that I had completely forgot about the Most High. All my mind was on was the gym, football, track, martial arts, flipping and tumbling. You know what I mean? Being back, as a young age, girls, all of that. My mind was way away from the Most High. And we've got to teach the younger generation. But now that we know better, we've got to warn them and teach them. Because he says here, verse 16, and they left all the commandments of the Lord their God. We've all been there, and made them molten images, even 2 calves, and made a grove, and worshiped all the host of heaven, and served Baal. Our people don't realize we are still making the same mistakes today. Let's go to 2 Kings 21 and 1 through 5.
The book of 2 Kings, chapter 21 and verse 1. Manasseh was 12 years old when he began to reign, and reigned 50 and 5 years in Jerusalem. And his mother name was Hephzibah.
Hephzibah, I guess.
Hephzibah. And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, after the abominations of the heathen, whom the Lord cast out before the children of Israel. For he built again the high places which Hezekiah and his father had destroyed. And Hezekiah, his father, had destroyed, and he reared up altars for Baal, and made a grove, as did Ahab, king of Israel, and worshipped all the host of heaven, and served them. And he built altars in the houses of the Lord, in the house of the Lord, of which the Lord said, in Jerusalem will I put my name. And he built altars for all the host of heaven in the 2 courts of the house of the Lord.
You have to really sit back and examine what our forefathers were doing. This is King Manasseh. He was only 12 years old when he came into power and he began to reign in Israel. And he reigned in Israel, it says 55 years in Jerusalem. 55 years. He came in at 12 years old and reigned 55 years. It says Manasseh was 12 years old when he began to reign, and reigned 55 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Hephzibah. I believe that's maybe how we say it. And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, after the abominations of the heathen, whom the Lord cast out before the children of Israel. For he built up again, because his father Hezekiah had tore all that stuff down, which some of our other kings had built up and put in Israel. Even going back to King Solomon, he destroyed all these things. But Manasseh, his son, came into power and went and built it all back up again. Says, for he built up again the high places which Hezekiah his father had destroyed. And he reared up altars for Baal, and made a grove, as did Ahab king of Israel, and worshipped all the host of heaven, and served them. And he built altars in the house of the Lord, of which the Lord said, in Jerusalem will I put my name. And he built altars for all the host of heaven in the 2 courts of the house of the Lord. That's bold. You're going to go build up these altars for these deities that we were told to never worship. So that's 2 Kings 21 and 1 through 5. Let's go to 2 Kings 23 and 2 through 5.
The book of 2 Kings, chapter 23 and verse 2. And the king went up into the house of the Lord, and all the men of Judah and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem with him, and the priests and the prophets and all the people, both small and great. And he read in their ears all of the words of the book of the covenant, which was found in the house of the Lord. And the king stood by a pillar and made a covenant before the Lord to walk after the Lord and to keep his commandments and his testimonies and his statutes with all their heart and with all their soul, to perform the words of the covenant that were written in this book. And all the people stood to the covenant. And the king commanded Hilkiah, the high priest, and the priest of the second order, and the keepers of the door, to bring forth out of the temple of the Lord all the vessels that were made for Baal, and for the grove, and for all the host of heaven. And he burnt them without Jerusalem in the fields of Kindron, and carried the ashes of them unto Bethel. And he put down the idols, idolatrous priests, who the king of Judah had ordained to burn incense in the high places in the cities of Judah and in the places around about Jerusalem. Then also that burn incense unto Baal, to the sun and to the moon, to the planets, and to all the host of heaven.
So look at what our forefathers got into. It says, and the king went up into the house of the Lord, and all the men of Judah, and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem with him, and the priests and the prophets, and all the people, both small and great. And he read in their ears all the words of the book of the covenant, which was found in the house of the Lord. And the king stood by a pillar and made a covenant before the Lord to walk after the Lord and to keep his commandments and his testimonies and his statutes with all their heart and all their soul, to perform the words of this covenant that were written in this book. And all the people stood to the covenant. So it happened over and over again. A king would come, put us in idolatry. Another king would come and do everything that he could to get us out of it. It was just like a revolving door. Israel would act up. Go read the book of Judges. Israel would act up. He would put us in captivity. We would cry out to the Lord and say, we're sorry. We won't do it again. He would get us out of captivity, give us, and the next thing you know, Israel would go off again. That's what we've done throughout our history. And we're continuing the same mistakes today. Verse 4, it says, and the king commanded Hilkiah the high priest and the priests of the second order and the keepers of the door to bring forth out of the temple of the Lord all the vessels that were made for Baal and for the grove and for all the host of heaven. And he burned them without Jerusalem in the fields of Kidron and carried the ashes of them unto Bethel. That's what we need to be demanding of these so-called leaders today, that they need to be bringing these idols up out of their schools, up out of their camps, and getting rid of them. Burn them, get rid of them. But they won't do it. It's verse 5. It says, and he put down the idolatrous priests, whom the kings of Judah had ordained to burn incense in the high places in the cities of Judah. That's what we need to do today. We need to put down these idolaters, because all of them call themselves the priests of the Lord, the prophets of the Most High, the leaders of Israel. Some of these men need to be put down out of their seats because they are idolatrous priests. They are idolatrous prophets. They are idolatrous leaders. It says, and he put down the idolatrous priests whom the kings of Judah had ordained to burn incense in the high places in the cities of Judah and in the places round about Jerusalem, them also that burn incense unto Baal, to the sun, and to the moon, and to the planets, and to all the hosts of heaven. Give me a second. Just give me a second, you guys. You know what? Forget it. We'll just keep going. Go to Jeremiah 8 and 1 through 3.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 8 and verse 1. At that time, saith the Lord, they shall bring out the bones of the king of Judah, and the bones of the princes, and the bones of the priests, and the bones of the prophets, and the bones of the inhabitants of Jerusalem out of their graves, and they shall spread them before the sun and the moon, and all the host of heaven who they have loved, and whom they have served, and after whom they have walked, and whom they have sought, and whom they have worshipped. They shall not be. Say that again.
No, I say, go ahead. Go ahead.
Who they have worshipped, they shall not be gathered nor be buried. They shall be for dung upon the face of the earth. And death shall be chosen rather than life by all the residue of them that remain of the evil family, which remain in all the places whither I have driven them, saith the Lord of hosts.
So he's saying in Jeremiah 8 1, it says, at that time, saith the Lord, they shall bring out the bones of the kings of Judah, and the bones of his princes, the bones of the priests, and the bones of the prophets, the bones of the inhabitants of Jerusalem out of their graves. And they shall spread them before the sun and the moon and all the hosts of heaven, whom they have loved, and whom they have served, and after whom they have walked, and whom they have sought, and whom they have worshipped. They shall not be gathered nor be buried. They shall be for dung upon the face of the earth. That's what he says he's going to do to our people that are out here worshiping these luminaries, worshiping the sun and the moon and the stars and all the hosts of heaven, all the different planets. He says, and death shall be chosen rather than life by all the residue of them that remain of this evil family, which remain in all the places whither I have driven them, saith the Lord of hosts. We need to take heed because we're being warned. Our people today are still caught up in this idolatry of worshiping the sun, the moon, and the stars, and they don't realize. Let's go to Jeremiah 19 and 13 through 15.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 19 and verse 13. And it says, and the house of Jerusalem and the house of the kings of Judah shall be defiled as the place of Tophet, because of all the houses upon whose roofs they have burned incense unto the host of heaven, and have poured out drink offerings unto other gods. Then came Jeremiah from Tophet, whither the Lord had sent him to prophesy, and he stood in the court of the Lord's house and said to all the people, thus said the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, behold, I will bring upon the city and upon all the towns all the evil that I have pronounced against it, because they have hardened their necks, that they might not hear my words.
So he's saying, in the houses of Jerusalem, the houses of the kings of Judah shall be defiled as the place of Tophet, because of all the houses upon whose roofs they have burned incense unto all the host of heaven, and have poured out drink offerings unto other gods. You don't understand that when you are celebrating your new moons in the wrong season or at the wrong time, you are following these other deities. You are pouring out drink offerings. You are burning incense to other deities, to other gods. You just don't realize that you're doing it. He says, then came Jeremiah from Tophet, whither the Lord has sent him to prophesy, and he stood in the court of the Lord's house and said to all the people, thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, behold, I will bring upon this city and upon all her towns all the evil that I have pronounced against it, because they have hardened their necks, that they might not hear my words. Let's go to Zephaniah 1 and 2 through 6.
The book of Zephaniah, chapter 1 and verse 2. I will utterly consume all the things from of the land, saith the Lord. I will consume man and beast. I will consume the fowls of the heaven and the fishes of the sea and the stumbling blocks with the wicked, and I will cut off man from off the land, saith the Lord. I will also stretch out my hand upon Judah and upon all the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and I will cut off the remnant of Baal from his place, and the name of the Shemariams with the priests, and them that worship the host of heaven upon the housetops, and them that worship and that swear by the Lord, and that swear by Malachim, and them that are turned back from the Lord, and those that have not sought the Lord nor inquired for him.
So again, he says, I will utterly consume all things from off the land, saith the Lord. I will consume man and beast. I will consume the fowls of the heaven and the fishes of the sea and the stumbling blocks with the wicked. And I will cut off man from off the land, saith the Lord. I will also stretch out my hand upon Judah and upon all the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And I will cut off the remnant of Baal from this place and the name of the Chemarims with the priests and them that worship the host of heaven upon the housetops, and them that worship and that swear by the Lord, and that swear by Malcolm, and them that are turned back from the Lord, and those that have not sought the Lord nor inquired of him. So there's going to be a punishment for these things. It's inevitable. It's going to happen. Let's go to Acts 7 and 37 through 43.
The book of Acts, chapter 7 and verse 37. This is that Moses, which said unto the children of Israel, a prophet shall the Lord your God raise up unto you of your brethren, like unto me. Him shall ye hear. This is he that was in the church in the wilderness with the angels, which spake to him in the Mount Sinai, and with our fathers, who received the lively oracles to give unto us, to whom our fathers will not obey, but trust him from them, and in their heart turned back again into Egypt, saying unto Aaron, make us gods to go before us. For as for this Moses, which brought us out of the land of Egypt, we want not is become of him. And they made a calf in those days, and offered sacrifice unto the idol, and rejoiced in the work of their own hands. Then God turned and gave them up to worship the host of heaven, as it is written in the book of the prophets. O ye house of Israel, have ye offered to me slain beasts and sacrificed by the space of 40 years in the wilderness? Yeah, ye took up the tabernacles of Moloch and the star of your God Rephan, for figures which ye made to worship them, and I will carry you away beyond Babylon.
Some of our men today in Israel are still making the same mistake. You still see people walking around with the stars, not understanding that they're following after this deity Molech. And we're going to get into this as we go through the lesson. Worshiping the stars, worshiping the moon, these moon deities. He says, this is that Moses which said unto the children of Israel, a prophet shall the Lord your God raise up unto you of your brethren like unto me, him shall ye hear. This is he that was in the church in the wilderness with the angel which spake to him in the Mount Sinai, and with our fathers who received the lively oracles to give unto us, to whom our fathers would not obey, but thrust him from them, and in their hearts turned back again into Egypt. You still see a lot of our men today, their minds are still set back in Egypt. Their minds are still set back in captivity. We're here in spiritual Egypt, and our people's minds are still on America. and worldly. It says, saying unto Aaron, make us gods to go before us. For as for this Moses, which brought us out of the land of Egypt, we wot not what is become of him. And they made a calf in those days and offered a sacrifice unto the idol and rejoiced in the works of their hands. Today, that calf has been replaced by idols such as the images of the Black Christ. Are people making porcelain images of Moses and of the angels and of Christ and all kind of figurines, all kinds of stuff, just like they did back then. Says, then God turned and gave them up to worship the host of heaven, as it is written in the book of the prophets. O ye house of Israel, have ye offered to me slain beasts and sacrifices by the space of 40 years in the wilderness? Going all the way back to when we came out of Egypt and we were worshiping the host of heaven while we were in the wilderness. Our people still haven't stopped today in 2022. Even though we may be waking up and coming into the knowledge that we are the Israelites, we are still making the same mistakes as our forefathers. It says, yea, you took up the tabernacle of Moloch and the star of your god Remphan, figures which ye made to worship them, and I will carry you away beyond Babylon. That was the reason why we went into Babylon, because of the idolatry worship of our forefathers. We are here in captivity in America today because of the idolatrous nature and hearts of our forefathers. And we're going to remain in Babylon the Great as long as our so-called leaders remain in idolatry. Don't take my word for it. Don't listen to me. I'm nobody. Just look at all the precepts that we're going to bring out, all the evidence we're going to show of our people worshiping the sun and the moon and the stars. Let's go to Psalms 81 and 8 through 15.
The book of Psalms, chapter 81 and verse 1. Sing aloud unto God
No,
our
we're going
strength.
to 81 and 8.
Oh, 81 and 8. Okay. 8 to, here we go. The book of Psalms, chapter 81 and verse 8. Hear, O my people, and I will testify unto thee, O Israel, if thou wilt hearken unto me. There shall no strange God be in thee, neither shalt thou worship any strange gods. I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it. But my people will not hearken to my voice, and Israel will none of me. So I gave them up unto their own heart's lust, and they walk in their own counsel. Oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel had walked in my ways. I should soon have subdued their enemies and turned my hand against their adversaries. The haters of the Lord should have submitted themselves unto him, but their time should have endured forever.
So he's saying, hear, O my people, and I will testify unto thee, O Israel, if thou wilt hearken unto me. Israel don't want to listen to the Lord. They don't want to listen to Christ. You don't want to listen to our most high, powerful, true living God. You don't want to listen to nothing he says. He told us how to keep the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread in the scriptures. But our people want to go by their own vain imaginations and do what they want to do. And you know what I mean? It's crazy. It's sad. He says, there shall no strange God be in thee, neither shalt thou worship any strange God. I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it. But my people would not hearken to my voice, and Israel would none of me. Our people don't want to listen to his voice. So I gave them up unto their own heart's lusts, and they walked in their own counsels. Instead of walking in the ways of Christ and following his steps, our people want to follow their own vain imagination. What did Christ do for the Passover? Christ sat down with his men. They sat down and ate supper. They ate the Passover meal, the lamb, the bitter herb, the bread. They drank the wine. He taught them um, how to do the communion with the bread and the wine. He even humbled himself and showed our people an example of how we are to be the servants of the people, not the lords over the people. You see the exact opposite. Christ going and washing the feet of the men that were with him, humbling himself, teaching them that that's what they're to do to each other. Wash each other's feet. Why? To clean their paths, because a lot of our people are still filthy and dirty. Their feet are dirty. Their feet are filthy. They're walking in unclean paths. They're walking crooked paths. They're walking in the imagination of their own vain thoughts. Instead of doing like Christ did, they want to have fashion shows. They want to have concerts. They want to put on a show and entertain you. They want to lord over you. They want to make merchandise of you. They want to make as much money off of the Passover as they can. If Christ was here today, would Christ sit back and watch Black Wall Street going on and be okay with it? Or would Christ be running in and turning over the tables and knocking down your merchandise as he did back then, when he saw the people in there selling, the turtle doves and selling all the things? And he went in and started turning over the tables and told them that they turned his father's house into a den of thieves. We got to think about these things. Are we going to listen to what the Bible says, or are we going to go by our own vain imaginations? He says, "But my people would not hearken to my voice, and Israel would none of me. I gave them up unto their own heart's lusts, and they walked in their own counsels. Oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel had walked in my ways. I should soon have subdued their enemies and turned my hand against their adversaries." We wonder why we're still here. Only if we would listen to Christ, only if we would listen to our Savior and follow his ways and do what he told us to do, we probably would be out of here now.
Mhm.
But who am I? I'm nobody. I don't know what I'm talking about. There's nothing wrong with having, so I know what they're going to say. There's nothing wrong with us having concerts. There's nothing wrong with having, all these different things. Celebrating the Passover the way we're celebrating, as long as it's not on the Passover night. That's one of the excuses, we sometimes hear coming from our people. But he says, "Oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel had walked in my ways. I should soon have subdued their enemies and turned my hand against their adversaries." So basically, the length of time we stay here in America in captivity is up to us. The haters of the Lord should have submitted themselves unto him, but their time should have endured forever. You hear sometimes some of these camp leaders say, "People don't want to watch you because you're boring. That's why they're watching us." Christ was boring. All Christ did for the Passover is he sat down with his men and taught them, a long lesson. How long was that lesson? Go read the book of John and look at everything that Christ taught his men on the night of that Last Supper. He taught them a lot. Then they ate. Then he washed their feet. But it sounds boring to me, right? It sounds boring to me. But today, Israel needs entertainment. They need to be entertained. So they need to rock out to rap concerts and R&B concerts, and you know what I mean? Music, music, music. We got to make music. We got to sell this music. It's making merchandise of you. Let's go to Second Thessalonians chapter 2 and 9. And you're going to go through verse 12.
The book of Second Thessalonians chapter 2 and verse 9. Even him whose coming is after the working of Satan with all power and sign and lying wonders, and with all deceivableness and unrighteousness in them that perish, because they received not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this cause God shall send them strong delusions, that they should believe a lie, that they all might be damned who believed not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness.
He says, even him whose coming is after the working of Satan with all power and signs and lying wonders. We already know that's talking about Esau, that beast of revelation. It says, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. A lot of our people have not received the love of the truth. They have not received it. They have not begun to keep the commandments of the Most High. And unfortunately, being around certain camps and leaders, they've been deceived into believing they are keeping the commandments. They believe that they are keeping God's laws and statutes and judgments. But it says, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this cause, God shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie. So you're believing the lies that we're supposed to be following after the moon, following after these other nations. That we're supposed to be adding a 13th month, or what they call the second month of Adar. You believe a lie. The lunar Sabbath. You believe a lie. That they all might be damned who believe not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. The truth is right in front of your face. All it takes is a little reading, study, and common sense. But Israel doesn't want that. Israel, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's like, what can we do? Let's go to Romans 1 and 24 through 32.
The book of Romans, chapter 1 and verse 24. Wherefore, God also gave them up to uncleanness through the lust of their own hearts, to dishonor their own bodies between themselves, who changed the truth of God into a lie, and worship and serve the creature more than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. For this cause God gave them up unto vile affections. For even their own women did change their natural use into that which is against nature. And likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burn in their own lust towards another, men with men, working that which is unseemly, and receiving in themselves that recompense of their error which was met,
Which was
and
meat.
even
He's good.
which was meat. And even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to a reprobate mind, to those things which are not convenient, being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whisperers, backbiting, haters of God, deceitful, proud, boasters,
Despiteful.
um, dis- despiteful, proud, boasters, inventors of evil things, disobedient of parents, without understanding, covet, coveting, co-
Covenant breakers.
covenant, thank you, without natural affection, implacable, unmerciful, who knowing the judgment of God, that they which committed such things are worthy of death, not only to the same, but have pleasure in them that do them.
So he says, not only do the same, but have pleasure in them that do them. So this is what he did. Our people wanted to worship and serve the creature more than the creator. That's what we do. And he gave our people up into vile affections. That's why you see this whole LGBTQ community thing growing so rampant among our people. You see our people caught up in all of this works of the flesh, being filled, as he says, with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whispers, backbiters, haters of God, despiteful, proud boasters, inventors of evil things, disobedient to parents, without understanding, covenant breakers, without natural affection, implacable and unmerciful. We wonder why we're in the condition that we're in. Let's go to Judges 2 and 1 through 5. It's because we don't want to listen to our God. We don't want to follow his ways.
The book of Judges, chapter 2 and verse 1. And an angel of the Lord came up from Gilgal to Bochim and said, I made you to go up out of Egypt and have brought you unto the land which I swear unto your fathers, and said, I will never break my covenant with you, and ye shall make no league with the inhabitants of this land. Ye shall throw down their altars, but ye have not obeyed my voice. Why have you done this? Wherefore, I also said, I will not drive them out from before you, but they shall be as thorns in your sides, and their gods shall be a snare unto you. And it came to pass, when the angel of the Lord spake these words unto all the children of Israel, that the people lifted up their voice and wept, and they called the name of the place Bochim, and they sacrificed there unto the Lord.
So at certain times, our people would have someone that would come out and show them the truth. Like, look at what you've done. You need to repent. You need to change. The Lord warned you. He told you not to follow after these other nations, but you did it anyway. But Israel, as Israel does, always go right back and do the same thing again. It basically took an angel of the Lord to come and speak to the children of Israel and speak the truth to them for them to actually feel sorrowful and weep. See, we're just nobodies. That's how Israel is. Like, who's you? What am I going to listen to you for? See, they always think they got to have a sign of, directly from, the Most High himself. Or an angel appeared in the living room and taught them the pure language. Or an angel appeared to them and taught them the 12 tribes chart. See, our people love that kind of stuff. See, that's the only way that our people will repent is when they think it's the actual, Lord or one of his angels that appeared. But if it's just one of his men that he sends, they never want to listen to the men that are sent. They don't care to know. They don't want to know the truth. Let's go to Judges 10 and 6 through 7.
The book of Judges, chapter 10 and verse 6. And the children of Israel did evil again in the sight of the Lord, and served Baalim and Ashtaroth, and the gods of Syria, and the gods of Sidon, and the gods of Moab, and the gods of the children of Ammon, and the gods of the Philistines, and forsook the Lord, and served not him. And the anger of the Lord was not against Israel. Read again. And the anger of the Lord was hot against Israel, and he sold them into the hands of the Philistines and into the hands of the children of Ammon.
So he says, and the children of Israel did evil again in the sight of the Lord. What we're pointing out here is that this is a recurring thing. When you read the book of Judges, Israel, as we read in Judges 2 and 1 through 5, Israel would repent, they would mess up, they would repent, the truth would be shown to them, and it would just be for a time. And then they would go right back to acting up again, which is what we're reading here in Judges 10 and 6. They did evil again in the sight of the Lord and served Baalim and Ashtaroth and the gods of Syria and the gods of Zidon and the gods of Moab and the gods of the children of Ammon and the gods of the Philistines, and forsook the Lord and served not him. What we're trying to show you by bringing this out, as we bring out the lesson about the calendar, is that we've made these same mistakes over and over and over and over and over again, and followed after the deities of these other nations and their customs. And their customs were following the moon, their moon gods. Their customs were what? Making sacrifices to their moon gods, pouring out offerings and drink offerings to their moon gods and all their other gods. But we're showing particularly these gods that our people are still serving today by following after the moon, because we're still following after the customs of these other nations and following the moon. So he says, and the children of Israel did evil again in the sight of the Lord and served Baalim and Ashtaroth. So who is Ashtaroth? Give me a second. I'm going to share my screen. Let me know if you can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Uh-oh. So this is one of the Bible studies tools that you can go to right online.
Hold on. Hold on. We're only viewing.
Oh. You know what? I think I hit. How about now?
It's loading. There it is.
All right. So this is a Bible study tool. You can find it right online. It's a Bible encyclopedia. So who is Ashtaroth? It shows you the name and origin, the different names: Ashtaroth, Ashtaroth, Ashtoreth, Astarte. These are the different names that it's this god is known as. So the first, name and origin: the name of the supreme goddess of Canaan and the female counterpart of Baal. The name and cult of the goddess were derived from Babylonia, where Ishtar represented the evening and morning stars and was accordingly androgynous in origin under Semitic influence. However, she became solely female, but retained a memory of her primitive character by standing alone among the Assyro-Bab goddesses on a footing of equality with the male divinities. From Babylonia, the worship of the goddess was carried to the Semites of the West, and in most instances, the feminine suffix was attached to her name. Where this was not the case, the deity was regarded as a male. On the Moabite stone, for example, Ashtar is identified with Chemosh. We're going to read about Chemosh as we go through the lesson. And in the inscription of southern Arabia, Athtar is a god on the other hand. In Atargatis or Dekarto or Derketo, Atar without the feminine suffix is identified with the goddess Ata or Ati. The cult of the Greek Aphrodite in Cyprus was borrowed from that of Ashtaroth. Whether the Greek name also is a modification of Ashtaroth, as has often been maintained, is doubtful. Attributes of the goddess. In Babylonian Assyria, Ishtar was the goddess of love and war. An old Babylonian legend related how the descent of Ishtar into Hades in search of her in search of her dead husband. Tammuz was followed by the cessation of marriage and birth in both earth and heaven, while the temples of the goddess at Nineveh and Arbela, around which the two cities afterward grew up, were dedicated to her as the goddess of war. As such, she appeared to one of Ashurbanipal's seers and encouraged the Assyrian king to march against Elam. The other goddesses of Babylonia, who were little more than reflections of the god, tended to merge into Ishtar, who thus became a type of the female divinity, a personification of the productive principle in nature, and more especially the mother and creatress of mankind. The chief seat of the worship of Ishtar in Babylonia was Erech, where prostitution was practiced in her name, and she was served with immoral rites by bands of men and women in Assyria. Where the warlike side of the goddess was predominant, no such rites seem to have been practiced, and instead, prophetesses were attached to her temples to whom she delivered oracles. Ashtoreth as a moon goddess. This is what we want right here. In Canaan, Ashtoreth, as distinguished from the male Ashtar, dropped her warlike attributes, but in contradistinction to Asherah, whose name and cult had also been imported from Assyria, became, on the one hand, the colorless consort of Baal, and on the other hand, a moon goddess. In Babylonia, the moon was a god. But after the rise of the solar theology, when the larger number of the Babylonian gods were resolved into forms of the sun god, their wives also became solar Ishtar, the daughter of Sin, the moon god, remaining identified with the evening star. In Canaan, however, when the solar theology had absorbed the older beliefs, Baal passing into a sun god and the goddess who stood at his side becoming a representative of the moon, the pale reflection, as it were, of the sun. Ashtaroth came to be regarded as the consort of Baal and took the place of the solar goddesses of Babylonia. So, what we have to see is that when we were around these Canaanites, we were around these so-called African nations going into the like even Babylon, that not only did we take on the name of the months that they used, but we also were following their moon calendars. But we actually started even way before we even went into captivity under the Babylonians. We were doing it way before then. Uh, Part four, the local Ashtaroths. Hence, there were as many Ashtoreths or Ashtaroth as Baals. They represented the various forms under which goddess was worshipped in different localities. You could read Judges 10 and 6, 1 Samuel 7 and 4, and 12 and 10. Sometimes she was addressed as Naama, the delightful one. Greek Astronoa, the mother of No, the mother of Eshmoon and the Kabiri. The Philistines seem to have adopted her under her warlike form. 1 Samuel 31 and 10. The King James Version reading Ashtoreth as Septuagint, but she was more usually the moon goddess, Lucian, Duca Syriac, Herodian, and was accordingly symbolized by the horns of a cow. See Ashtoreth Carneum. At Ashkelon, where Herodotus places her most ancient temple, she was worshipped under the name of Atargatis as a woman with the tail of a fish, and fish were accordingly sacred to her elsewhere. The dove was her sacred symbol. The immoral rites with which the worship of Ishtar in Babylonia was accompanied were transferred to Canaan. Deuteronomy 23:18 and formed part of the idolatrous practices which the Israelites were called upon to extirpate. But we were following after these other nations and following after their moon gods. All right, let's go back. All right, let me get another one. Let's go to Wikipedia real quick. I'm going to open up this link and share again. So going to Wikipedia, Ashtaroth. Same thing, Ashtaroth, also Ashtaroth, Ashtaroth, and Ashtaroth. In demonology is the great Duke of Hell in the first hierarchy with Beelzebub and Lucifer. He is part of the evil trinity. He is a male figure, most likely named after the Near Eastern goddess Astarte. So we get a lot more um, information about who this deity is. It says the name Ashtaroth was ultimately derived from that of second millennium BC Phoenician goddess Astarte, an equivalent of the Babylonian Ishtar and the earlier Sumerian Inanna. She is mentioned in the Hebrew Bible in the forms of Ashtoreth singular and Ashtaroth plural, in reference to multiple statues of her. This latter form was directly transliterated in the early Greek and Latin versions of the Bible, where it was less apparent that it had been a plural feminine in Hebrew. The name Ashtaroth as a male demon is first known from the book of Abramelin, purportedly written in Hebrew, 1458. C 1458, and recurred in most occult grimoires of the following centuries. Ashtaroth also features as an archdemon associated with Qliphoth, adverse forces, according to later Kabbalistic texts, as he rules over the Cliffa of Jupiter, known as Gaag Shbla. Gaag Shbla. Um, Dutch demonologist Johann Weyer also described Ashtaroth and his pseudo-monarchia daemonim. Thus, Ashtaroth is a great and strong duke coming forth in the shape of a foul angel, sitting upon an infertile dragon and carrying on his right hand a viper who also claimed to rule 40 legions. Let me move down. Let me see. That's all it pretty much has. Appearances in films. So it gives you a list of movies that this Ashtaroth, this demon, was actually portrayed in. All right. So, but basically, um, what we're getting out of this, let me hit stop sharing, is that this Ashtaroth or Ashtoreth or Astarte, um, you know that Astarte is who they're worshiping for Easter. It's the same deity. And our people are caught up in this. But some of our people that are part of the Israelite community think that because they're not celebrating Easter anymore, that they're not celebrating this deity anymore. But how wrong are you when you're following the moon for our high holy days? That's exactly who you're following. That's exactly who you're worshiping, and you don't realize it. Let's go to 1 Samuel 7:3.
We already.
And you're going to read through 4.
The book of 1 Samuel, chapter 7 and verse 3. And Samuel spake unto all the house of Israel, saying, If ye do return unto the Lord with all your heart, then put away the strange gods and Ashtaroth from among you, and prepare your hearts unto the Lord, and serve him only, and he will deliver you out of the hand of the Philistines. Then the children of Israel did put away Baalim and Ashtaroth, and served the Lord only.
So you see, a lot of times what happens when our people are reading the scriptures, they read through this stuff, but they don't go back and research and study to find out who or what these things that our people were worshiping and how it transfers to today. Let's go to 1 Samuel 12 and 1 through 10. So right here, we were being told to repent from following after these gods. And our people actually listened and did it. And that's the same thing we're doing is we're begging our people to stop following after these deities. Stop following this idolatry so we can get up out of here. Go ahead and read.
The book of 1 Samuel, chapter 12 and verse 1. And Samuel said unto all Israel, Behold, I have hearkened unto your voice and all that ye said unto me, and have made a king over you. And now, behold, the king walketh before you, and I am old and gray-headed. And behold, my sons are with you, and have walked before you from my childhood unto this day. Behold, here I am, witness against me before the Lord and before his anointed. Whose ox have I taken, or whose ass have I taken, or who have I defrauded? Who have I oppressed, or of who have had,
Of whose hand?
or of whose hand have I received any tribe
Any
to
bribe?
any bribe to blind mine eyes therewith, and I will restore it to you. And they said, Thou hast not defrauded us, nor oppressed us, neither hast thou taken out any man's hand. And he said unto them, The Lord is witness against you, and his anointed is with witness this day, that ye have not found aught in my hand. And they answered, He is witness. And Samuel said unto the people, It is the Lord that advanced Moses and Aaron, and that brought your fathers up out of the land of Egypt. Now therefore stand still, that I may reason with you before the Lord of all the righteous acts of the Lord, which he did to you and to your fathers.
And
When they
remember, once again, let me stop just for a second, that this goes back to, I can't remember what lesson it was that we did, that we brought it out, that when it says that we shall rehearse the righteous acts of the Lord, that is not talking about what we've been told that it means. This is what it's talking about, that we are supposed to rehearse or reason or speak about or remind about the righteous acts of the Lord, which he did for us. That's what it's talking about. I just wanted to bring that out again because it's imperative that our people understand this. That's how these guys are deceiving you into believing that you can sin and still get the kingdom. We're just here to rehearse the righteous acts. No, that's not what it means. But go ahead.
verse 7 again. Now therefore stand still, that I may reason with you before the Lord of all the righteous acts of the Lord, which he did to you and to your fathers.
So he says, which he did to you and to your fathers. Go ahead.
When Jacob was come into Egypt, and your fathers cried unto the Lord, then the Lord sent Moses and Aaron, which brought forth your fathers out of Egypt, and made them dwell in this place. And when they forgat the Lord their God, he sold them into the hands of Sisera, captain of the host of Hazor, and into the hand of the Philistines, and into the hand of the king of Moab. And they fought against them. And they cried unto the Lord and said, We have sinned because we have forsaken the Lord and have served Baalim and Ashtaroth. But now deliver us out of the hand of our enemies, and we will serve thee.
So what was Samuel doing? He was reminding the Israelites of the history of, how they came to forsake the Lord by following these moon gods, these gods of the other nations. Let's go to let me open up something else and share my screen again. So going back to Wikipedia again, so this is a category of all the deities that are named in the Bible that, and I even myself had, read over, and you don't really pay much attention to them, but there are several of them. And our people are still worshiping a lot of these today. So Asherah, Astarte, Baal, Beelzebub, Dagon, um, the golden calf, Inanna, the queens of heaven or the queen of heaven. And then, of course, they got, the Most High Yahweh. And then they have a whole other list down here. Adrimelech, Amun, Anat, Ancient of Days, Anamelech, Asherah, Ashima, Ashtaroth, Astarte, Baal, Baal Berith, Baal Peor, Baal Zephon, Beelzebub, Bel. You can read about Bel and the dragon in the Apocrypha, Belial, Bethel, Chemosh, Dagon, Dumazid, and so on. So you could go to Wikipedia and type in deities in the Hebrew Bible and the list will come up. It's important for us today to understand this because a lot of these festivals, a lot of these holy days or holidays, so-called, that the world has us following or following after these very gods. And even some of the stuff that's going on in the Israelite community still has us following after these deities that we were told not to follow behind. Let's go to 2 Kings chapter 17 and verse 29 through 41. So all we're doing is just bringing out history of our forefathers following after these so-called deities or these moon gods. Go ahead.
The book of 2 Kings, chapter 17 and verse 29. Howbeit, every nation made gods of their own, and put them in the houses of their high places, which the Samaritans had made, every nation in their cities wherein they dwell. And the men of Babylon made Succoth-Benoth, and then the men of Cuth made Nergal, and the men of Hamath made Ashima, and the Avites
The
made
Avites.
Avites made Nibhaz and Tartak, and the
Sepharvites.
Sepharvites burnt their children in fire to Adramelech and Amalek, the god of
Anamelech.
Anamalek, the gods of Sepharvaim. So they feared the Lord and made unto themselves of the lowest of them priests of the high places,
So he
which
says, so they feared the Lord and made unto themselves of the lowest of them priests of the high places. They took the lowest of the men and made them priests. Read.
which sacrificed for them in the houses of the high places. They feared the Lord and served their own gods after the manner of their nations, whom they carried away from thence. Unto this day they do after the former manner. They fear not the Lord, neither do they after their statutes, or after their ordinance, or after the law of the commandments which the Lord commanded the children of Jacob, who he made Israel,
Who he named Israel. Read on.
with whom the Lord had made a covenant, and charged them, saying, "Ye shall not fear other gods, nor bow yourselves to them, nor serve them, nor sacrifice to them. But the Lord who brought you up out of the land of Egypt with great power and stretchness of arm, him
Or
shall ye
stretched out
fear.
arm.
Stretched arm, him shall ye fear, and him shall ye worship, and to him shall ye do sacrifice. And the statutes and ordinances and the law and the commandments which he wrote for you, ye shall observe to do for evermore, and ye shall not fear other gods. And the covenant that I have made with you, ye shall not forget, neither shall ye fear other gods. But the Lord God ye shall fear, and he shall deliver you out of the hand of all your enemies. Howbeit, they did not hearken, but they did after their former manner. So these nations fear the Lord and serve their graven images, both their children and their children's children, as did their fathers, so do they unto this day.
And even into this day, nothing's changed. Gonna share screen again. Let me close this. Open. Share. So you type this in, go to Wikipedia. It's a list of lunar deities. It says in mythology, a lunar deity is a god or goddess of the moon. Sometimes that's a personification. These deities can have a variety of functions and traditions depending on the culture, but they are often related. Some form of moon worship can be found in most ancient religions. Again, some form of moon worship can be found in most ancient religions. So you can see moon in religion and mythology, list of moon deities, Africa's, Europe, Asia, Ainu mythology, Anatolian, Chinese, Elamite, Hinduism, Huro or Urartian, Indonesian, Japanese, Korean, Mari, Philippine, Semitic, Turkish, Austronesian, Australian, Americas, um, going back to the Aztecs, the Coahuila, the Hopi, the Incans, the Inuits, the Lakotas, the Maya, Muiscas, the Pawnee, the Tupi, and getting into voodoo. But even after the Northern Kingdom came over here, why did they know about this stuff? Because they still kept those same traditions and customs from when they were here and were caught up in all that stuff being in captivities. So when they got over here to the Americas, they went right back to doing the same stuff that they did before, following after the moon and all kinds of stuff. It says moon in religion and mythology. Many cultures have implicitly linked the 29.5-day lunar cycle to women's menstrual cycles, as evident in the shared linguistic roots of menstruation and moon words in multiple language families. This identification was not universal, as demonstrated by the fact that not all moon deities are female. Still, many well-known mythologies feature moon goddesses, including the Greek goddess Selene, the Roman goddess Luna, and the Chinese goddess Chang'e. Several goddesses, including Artemis, Hecate, and Isis, did not originally have lunar aspects and only acquired them late in antiquity due to syncretism with the de facto Greco-Roman lunar deity Selene Luna. In traditions with male gods, there is little evidence of such syncretism, though the Greek Hermes has been equated with the male Egyptian lunar god. Thoth is the goddess of night. So going back to that Hermes again, this is the so-called god that hermeneutics is after. It says Hermes, an Olympian deity in ancient Greek religion and mythology. Hermes is considered the herald of the gods. He is also considered the protector of human heralds, travelers, thieves, merchants, and orators. He is able to move quickly and freely between the worlds and so on. But this is the guy that hermeneutics is based off of or named after. And this is another one of the gods. If you're caught up in all that going to the gym and gymnasiums and working out and all that stuff, same thing. It says male lunar gods are also common, such as Sin of the Mesopotamians, Mani of the Germanic tribes, Sukuyami of the Japanese, Igaluk, Elignak of the Inuit, and the Hindu god Chandra. All right. It says Chandra, also known as Soma, is the Hindu god of the moon and is associated with the night, plants, and vegetation. He is one of the Navagraha and Dikpala. The original Proto-Indo-European lunar deity appears to have been male with many possible derivatives, including the Homeric figure of Menelaus. Cultures with male moon gods often feature sun goddesses. An exception is Hinduism, featuring both male and female aspects of the solar divine. The ancient Egyptians had several moon gods, including Khonsu and Thoth, although Thoth is a considerably more complex deity, represented the moon in the Egyptian calendar of lucky and unlucky days. Many cultures are oriented chronologically by the moon as opposed to the sun. The Hindu calendar maintains the integrity of the lunar month, and the moon god Chandra has religious significance during many Hindu festivals: Karwa Chauth, Sankashti, Chaturthi, and during eclipses. The ancient Germanic tribes were also known to have a lunar calendar. The moon features prominently in art and literature, often with a purported influence in human affairs. So it's got a list for each of the different, and show how they made them into these figurines. You could go and look that up. Just give me a second. All right, so going to Roman festivals. Says festivals in ancient Rome were a very important part in Roman religious life during both the Republican and Imperial eras, and one of the primary features of the Roman calendar. Feriae, I have a feriae, however they pronounce it, holidays in the sense of holy days, singular, also feriae or dies ferialis, were either public or private. State holidays were celebrated by the Roman people and received public funding. Games such as the Ludi Apollinaris were not technically feriae, but the days, and that's the name feriae, is the names of their, that's the word for their holidays. It says, but the days on which they were celebrated were dies festi, holidays in the modern sense of days off work. Although feriae or feriae, however you want to pronounce, were paid for by the state. Just like you have today, you have these state holidays where they're off work, but they still get paid for their day off and stuff like that. Says, or paid holidays. Says Ludi were often funded by wealthy individuals. Feriae privatae were holidays celebrated in honor of private individuals or by families, which we still see today. That's where you get your President's Day for like Washington's birthday and Lincoln's birthday and Martin Luther King Day for Martin Luther King's birthday. It's just now they try and put some black faces to it so our people be dumb enough to follow after it. It says this article deals only with public holidays, including rites celebrated by the state priests of Rome at temples, as well as celebrations by neighborhoods, families, and friends held simultaneously throughout Rome. So it says Ferae Publicae were of three kinds: Stative, Conceptive, and Imperative. Says Stative were annual holidays that held a fixed or stable date on the calendar. Conceptive were annual holidays that were movable feasts like Easter on the Christian calendar or Thanksgiving in North America. The date was announced by the magistrates or priests who were responsible for them. Imperative were holidays held on demand, from the verb impero, imperare, to order, command, when special celebrations or expiations were called for. All right. So you can see their list of festivals by their months. I'm not going to read all of this, but you could go and read about it. That's where we get January and February and March and so on, which are named after their deities. All right. Which some of them we're still using today: January, February, March, April, May, June, and so on. You could go and read about it. But I wanted to throw this in there to show that Esau's calendar after Rome, they were not that far off from what our calendars were. They copied our calendar. All they did was just added their own deities to it, and made certain little slight changes as to when the calendar begins and begins and ends and so on. So they mix some truth in with the lies. Let me open a couple of more real quick. So going to this Luna, or goddess of the moon, says an ancient Roman, can you see it?
Yes.
All right. Says in ancient Roman religion and myth, Luna is a divine embodiment of the moon. She is often presented as the female complement of the sun, soul, conceived of as a god. Luna is also sometimes represented as an aspect of the Roman triple goddess, Diva Triformis, along with Proserpina and Hecate. Luna is not always a distinct goddess, but sometimes rather an epithet that specializes a goddess. Since both Diana and Juno, because we read about Diana in the scriptures, are identified as moon goddesses. So even during the time of Rome, where you read about in the book of Acts, where they were talking about the goddess Diana. Diana was what? Diana was a moon god. Says in Juno are identified as moon goddesses. In Roman art, Luna attributes are the crescent moon plus the two-yoke chariot Biga. So when our people are following after the crescent moon, who are they following after? They're following after this deity. Says in the Carmen Saeculate, performed in 17 BC, Horus invokes her as the two-horned queen of the stars, bidding her to listen to the girls singing as Apollo listens to the boys. Varro categorized Luna and Sol among the visible gods, as distinguished from invisible gods such as Neptune, and deified mortals such as Hercules. She was one of the deities Macrobius proposed as the secret tutelary of Rome. In imperial cult, Sol and Luna can represent the extent of Roman rule over the world with the aim of guaranteeing peace. Luna's Greek counterpart was Selene. In Roman art and literature, myths of Selene are adapted under the name of Luna. The myth of Endymion or Endymion, for instance, was a popular subject for Roman wall painting. And then you could read about the cults and temples and um, Juno as the moon goddess, the chariot of the moon. Read about all of that in, uh, and you could get, there's books. What I like to do sometimes is go to the bottom, look at their references and see where they got their references from, and then look online to see if there's, those books or what have you available. So you could go back and check, these references that they put on here. If it's a book, look online, see if the book is available online. And, if you want to order the book and read the books. You know what? So with that, let's go to the book of First Kings, chapter 11, and verse 1 through 5. And I know you might be wondering, like, what does all this got to do with the calendar? Has everything to do with the calendar to show that the Most High never intended for us to be following after the moon. We got this from following after these other nations and their moon deities, their moon gods. First Kings 11 and 1 through 5.
The book of First Kings, chapter 11 and verse 1. But King Solomon loved many strange women, together with the daughters of Pharaoh, women of the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Sidonians, and Hittites, of the nations concerning which the Lord said unto the children of Israel, Ye shall not go into them, neither ye shall come into you, for surely they will turn away your heart after their gods. Solomon clave unto these in love. And he had 700 wives, princesses, and 300 concubines, and his wives turned away his heart. For it came to pass, when Solomon was old, that his wives turned away his heart after other gods, and his heart was not perfect with the Lord his God, as was the heart of David his father. For Solomon went after Ashtoreth, the
Didn't we just
goddess.
read about Ashtaroth,
Mhm.
one of these moon goddesses? Read on.
For Solomon went after Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Zidonians, and after Milcom, the abomination of the Amorites.
Ammonites.
Ammonites.
Verse 6 says, and Solomon did evil in the sight of the Lord and went not fully after the Lord as did David his father. So you can see even Solomon following after his Moabite women, his Ammonite women, his Edomite women, his Idonian women, and his Hittite women. All these different women he was messing around with. He had 700 wives and 300 concubines. 3,000, 1,000 women. I'll say 3,000, 1,000 women. And built, groves and temples and everything for their gods in the land. So Solomon went completely off. Let's go to Acts 19 and 24 through 35.
The book of Acts, chapter 19 and verse 24. For a certain man named Demetrius, a silversmith, which made silver shrines for Diana, brought no small gain unto the craftsmen.
So
Who
this
he,
guy was making these little silver shrines in the, for the goddess Diana that we just read about, which was bringing a lot of money to the craftsmen that made them. Read.
who he called together with the workmen of like occupation and said, Sir, you know that by this craft we have our wealth.
So he called these other men. They all, were doing the same thing. They were making these statues of this deity. They were getting money. They were selling them, getting rich off of them. And guess who some of the dumb people that were buying them were? Israelites. Many of our people were dumb enough to be buying these things from them and worshiping them. Go ahead and read.
Moreover, ye see and hear that not alone at Ephesus, but almost throughout all Asia, this Paul had
Persuaded.
persuaded and turned away much people, saying that they be no gods which are made with hands. So that not only this our craft is in danger to be set at naught, but also that the temple of the great goddess Diana should be despised, and her magnification should be
Her
destroyed.
magnificence.
Magnificence should be destroyed, whom all Asia and the world worship. And when they heard these sayings, they were full of wrath and cried out, saying, Great is Diana of the Ephesians.
So they were
And
so mad that Paul was costing them money and that he was, having a lot of our people repent, and they weren't going out buying their little Diana, um, what do you want to call them? Figurines or whatever, what have you. They were mad. So they started an uproar, crying out, Great is Diana of the Ephesians, and got the whole place in an uproar. No different than we go out on the streets teaching, and then you have people coming out shouting out about white man Jesus. Jesus Christ, he's not a racist, and whatever the case may be, and start a whole big old uproar because they don't want the truth to be told. Go ahead and read.
and the whole city was filled with confusion. And having caught Gaius and Ar Aristarchus,
It looks like
Aristarchus, men of
Aristarchus,
mhm, men of Macedonia,
Macedonia.
Paul's companions in travel, they rushed with one accord into the retreat, retreat. And when Paul would have entered into the people, the disciples suffer him not. And certain of the chief of Asia, which were his friends, sent unto him, desiring him that he would not advance himself into the
To the theater,
theatre.
the theater,
Oh,
the
thank you,
theater.
theater. Into the theater. Some therefore cried one thing, and some another, for the assembly was confused, and the more part knew not wherefore they were come together. And they drew Alexander out of the multitude, the Jews putting him forward. And Alexander beckoned with the hand and would have made his defense unto the people. But when they knew that he was a Jew,
So
all with one,
wait. So they knew that he was a what?
that he was a Jew,
And what was his name?
um,
It was
Alex,
Alexander. So
yeah,
some of our people were so ingrained in Greek and Roman society that we were even today. Um, they were naming their children after these Greeks. So named him Alexander after Alexander the Great or Alexander the Greek. But he was a Jew. He was Southern Kingdom. Go ahead and read.
but when they knew that he was a Jew, all with one voice about the space of 2 hours cried out, Great is Diana of the Ephesians. And when the town clerk had appeased the people, he said, Ye men of Ephesus, what man is there that knoweth not how that the city of the Ephesians is a worshipper of the great goddess Diana and of the image which fell down from Jupiter.
So you can see our people were following behind this foolishness, following after this, what he's calling the great goddess Diana. All of the whole city of the Ephesians, they were all worshipers of Diana. And here comes Paul and his fellow workers coming into the city and causing an uproar because they came teaching Christ, and teaching, the gospel of and about his, the death, burial, and his resurrection and resurrection from the dead. And they didn't want to hear this. Teaching repentance to the Israelites, they didn't want to hear that because it messed with their money. Just like today, some of these men don't want to hear about anybody talking about they can't have a picture of Black Jesus because it messes with their money. They're making money off of these posters. They're making money off of it. And t-shirts. They don't want to hear anything about people saying don't be having no concerts at Passover because you don't find it in the Bible, because they're making money off the concerts. They don't want to hear money. They don't want to hear anybody telling, the truth that we're not, there's nowhere in the scriptures that says that we're supposed to be having fashion shows and all this stuff, because they're making money off of selling the garments. People, showcasing their garments, to get the people to buy them. That's what you have a show for, to showcase your talent and, get people to lust after your items, and they'll order them for you, from you, and buy them and purchase them from you. It's all about making money, just like we see here. Making figurine, they have the Black Wall Street and, some of the camps, and they have these people come in and set up their booths, and they're buying and selling. And what is some of the stuff they're selling? You see them selling figurines of Moses and figurines of Christ and of, all kinds of stuff. No different than somebody going and buying a figurine of Virgin Mary or a white Jesus. You're messing with, we're messing with their money. And that's what's and that's why Israel will not come together today, because there are too many people leading Israel today that they have an agenda, and they don't want to give up their power, money, and influence that they've built up in their camp. So now we got to ask the question. We just read about all these different deities. Are we still serving these deities today like we did back then? Let's go to Jeremiah 7:17 through 18.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 7 and verse 17. Seest thou not what they do in the cities of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem? The children gather wood, and the fathers kindle fire, and the women knead their dough to make cakes to the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto other gods, that they may provoke me to anger.
So he says, seest thou not what they do in the cities of Judah and the streets of Jerusalem? And we're saying the same thing. Can you not see what they're doing in the Israelite community today? It's the same thing. It says the children gather wood, and the fathers kindle the fire, and the women knead their dough to make cakes to the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto other gods, that they may provoke me to anger. We're still doing the same things today. Nothing's different. Nothing's changed. Let's go to Jeremiah 44 and 17 through 25.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 44 and verse 17. But we will certainly do whatsoever thing goeth forth out of our own mouth, to burn incense unto the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto her, as we have done, we and our fathers, our kings and our princes, in the cities of Judah and in the cities of Jerusalem. For then had we plenty of victuals and were well and saw no evil. But since we left off to burn incense to the Queen of Heaven and to pour out drink offerings unto her, we have wanted all things and have been consumed by the sword and by the famine. And when we burn incense to the Queen of Heaven and pour out drink offerings unto her, did we make her cakes to worship her and pour out drink offerings unto her without our men. Then Jeremiah said unto all the people, to the men and to the women and to all the people which had given him that answer, saying, the incense that ye burn in the cities of Judah and in the cities of Jerusalem, ye and your fathers, your kings and your princesses and the people of the land, did not the Lord remember them, and came it not into his mind, so that the Lord could no longer bear um, so that the Lord could no longer bear because of the evil of your doings and because of the abominations which ye have committed. Therefore is your land a desolation and an astonishment and a curse without an inhabitant, as at this day, because ye have burned incense, and because ye have sinned against the Lord, and have not obeyed the voice of the Lord, nor walk in his law, nor in his statutes, nor in his testimonies. Therefore, this evil has happened unto you as at this day. Moreover, Jeremiah said unto all the people and to all the women, hear the word of the Lord, all Judah that are in the land of Egypt. Thus said the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, saying, ye and your wives have both spoken with your mouths and fulfilled with your hands, saying, we will surely perform our vows that we have vowed, to burn incense to the Queen of Heaven and to pour out drink offerings unto her. Ye will surely accomplish your vows and surely perform your vows.
So what do we have happening today, which is no different than what we just read about? Um, uh, I'll start verse 16 again. It says, as for the word that thou hast spoken unto us in the name of the Lord, we will not hearken unto thee, but we will certainly do whatsoever thing goeth forth out of our own mouth, to burn incense unto the Queen of Heaven and to pour out drink offerings unto her, as we have done, we and our fathers, our kings and our princes in the cities of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem. For then had we plenty of victuals and were well and saw no evil. So they're like, man, what are we going to worship that God for, when ever since we've been burning this incense to the Queen of Heaven, we've been pouring out the drink offerings, we've been out in the streets of Jerusalem, we've been worshiping her, we've been doing, we haven't had no problems. Everything been good. That's what our people are doing today. The so-called Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans are doing here in America. They're like, you know what, ever since we've been celebrating Christmas, we've been worshiping white man Jesus, we've been doing Easter, Halloween, Valentine's Day, since we've been keeping her high holy days, we've been doing everything the white man do. We haven't had no problems. We could go to school, we could get an education, we could become rich. I could be an actor or an entertainer. Everything is good. Verse 18, but since we left off to burn incense to the Queen of Heaven and to pour out drink offerings unto her, we have wanted all things that have been consumed by the sword and by the famine. That's your actors and actresses today. Well, ever since I went off from serving Satan with all the rest of Hollywood and I repented and became an Israelite, and I haven't been, kicking it with Hollywood no more. I haven't been going no more to any of their parties. I haven't been hanging out with the Illuminati. I've been having troubles. They've been speaking evil of my name. They won't give me any more movie parts. Nobody won't sign me to a new record deal. My team won't, I'm one of the top quarterbacks in the league and they won't re-sign me to a new contract. They won't let me play anymore. That, it's the same thing. You're seeing history repeat itself. Verse 19, it says, and when we burned incense to the queen of heaven and poured out drink offerings unto her, did we make her cakes to worship her and pour out drink offerings unto her without our men? Then Jeremiah said unto all the people, to the men and to the women, and to all the people which had given him that answer, saying, the incense that ye burned in the cities of Judah and the streets of Jerusalem, ye and your fathers, your kings and your princes, and the people of the land, did not the Lord remember them, and it came not into his mind? See, today we even see people out on the streets at camp now burning incense at camp out on the streets. People burning incense in their schools while they're holding class online. And they think, people burning incense during their new moons and their feast days and stuff like that. And they think they're burning incense to the Most High. But in fact, you following the moon, you're following the lunar Sabbath or what have you, the sliver moon, the full moon, the dark moon, you're actually serving another deity, and you're burning incense to that deity. You're not burning the incense to the Most High, just like our forefathers was doing back then. It says, so that the Lord can no longer bear because of the evil of your doings and because of the abominations which you have committed. Therefore is your land a desolation and an astonishment and a curse without an inhabitant as at this day. Same thing. That's why we're still in captivity here in America, because of the evil of our doings and because of the pride of the heart of some of the men that are in our leadership today. They don't want to take a step back and re-examine what they've been taught to see that what they've been taught is wrong. But what do I know? I'm nobody, right? So with that, let's get more into this lesson. So all that history we just brought out was to set the tone, set the mood and tone of the lesson that we were not commanded by the Most High to follow after the moon. We were not supposed to be worshiping the moon, the stars, or the sun. We're not supposed to be worshiping them. We're only supposed to be using them for their purpose. And we read about their purpose when we went over the day, when we went over the week. Why was the sun and the moon created? To give light, to serve in their seasons, to serve their offices. But our people are worshiping them today and don't realize that they're worshiping them. So following after these other nations has taught us to follow their moon gods, in which we started following after their calendars, following after their months and their years, and following after what we call new moons or new months is what it actually is. Let's go to Psalms 81 and 3 through 5.
The book of Psalms, chapter 81 and verse 3. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed, on our solemn feast days. For this was a statute for Israel and a law of the God of Jacob. This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony when he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not.
So our people read this, or they hear it read, and because it says the new moon, it's been automatically just assumed, asserted that it's talking about we're supposed to blow up the trumpet on the new moon, of whether it's a dark moon like some of our people are following. Some follow the sliver moon, Some follow the full moon as the new moon. We can't even make up our mind of which one we're to serve. We're arguing over whether or not we're supposed to serve the full moon, or if we're supposed to follow the dark moon or follow the sliver moon. Nobody's taking a step back to realize that we're not supposed to be following any of them. So they read Psalms 81:3, says, blow up the trumpet in the new moon. The new moon. But what all it's really saying is in the new month. Blow up the trumpet in the new month. Hold on. Let's go to here. I'm going to share the screen again. Hold on. Share screen. So let me know when you can see it.
There it is.
You can see it?
Yes.
All right. So we're at Psalms 81:3. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. I'm going to click on tools. Again, let me say it. I am no Hebrew scholar. I in no way know any Hebrew. That's why I've got to rely on going here to the Strongs, just like everybody else, because there are some of our people that claim that they know Hebrew, but they can't speak a word. They can't hold no conversation of Hebrew with nobody. That's knowing Hebrew. That's knowing another language. When you could actually hold a conversation and speak it fluently, that's when you know another language. I don't even know English that well.
Right.
I speak it, but I can't even speak it that well. And go back to school, I was horrible in English. So as it says, blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. So we're going to click on new moon, which in the Strongs is H2320 or 20. I'm going to click on it. What does it mean? Either new moon or month or monthly, or the first day of the month or the lunar month. Okay, so when we go back, looking at the context that it's written in, it's talking about the first day of the month or the new month. Let's go back. So in Psalms 81:3, read it again, 3-5.
The book of Psalms 81:3. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast days.
So when does the new month begin? When does or what they're calling the new moon? So it says, blow up the trumpet in the new moon in the time appointed on our solemn feast day, for this was a statute for Israel and a law of the God of Jacob. This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony when he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not. This is clearly, when you put it in context and you read it, this is clearly referring to the memorial blowing of trumpets in the 7th month on the first day of the month. It's not talking about every new month. It's not talking about every new moon, because that's what they have you believing, is that this is talking about every new moon. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon. So every time a new moon shows up in the sky, you're supposed to blow the trumpet. This is talking about the feast day. What feast day? We'll show you. Let's go to Numbers chapter 10 and verse 1 through 10. Yeah, we're supposed to blow the trumpet every new month, but not at the moon, at the dark moon, the sliver moon, or the full moon. Numbers 10 and 1 through 10. Read when you got it.
The book of Numbers, chapter 10 and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Make thee 2 trumpets of silver, of a whole piece shalt thou make them, that thou mayest use them for the calling of the assembly and for the journeying of the camps. And when they shall blow with them, all the assembly shall assemble themselves to thee at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And if they blow but with 1 trumpet, then the princes, which are heads of the thousands of Israel, shall gather themselves unto thee. When ye blow an alarm, then the camp that lie on the east part shall go forward. When ye blow an alarm the second time, then the camp that lie on the south shall take their journey. They shall blow an alarm for their journeys. But when the congregation is to be gathered together, ye shall blow, but ye shall not sound an alarm.
So stop right there for a second. So first, let me point out that these are 2 trumpets made of silver. These are not shofars made out of ram's horns.
Right.
That we're doing like we're doing today. He didn't command us to blow the ram's horns. He had 2 specific trumpets made out of pure silver that were made for the office, made for the work of being blown at the times that he's listing. All right, go ahead and read on.
Right. Verse
8.
verse 8. And the sons of Aaron, the priest, shall blow with the trumpet, and they shall
Wait.
be.
Stop right there. So
Mhm.
who's supposed to blow the trumpets?
And the sons of Aaron and the priest shall blow with the trumpets,
Uh-huh.
and they shall be to you for an ordinance forever throughout your generations.
Now, number 1, are Aaron and the priests around? They're nowhere. They're not around. Aaron and the priesthood, the Levitical priesthood is not here. It says, and they shall be to you for an ordinance forever throughout your generations. We are in captivity now, for one. We're not in the land. So just to point that out, go ahead and read.
And if ye go to war in your land against the enemy that oppress you, then ye shall blow an alarm with the trumpet, and ye shall be remembered before the Lord your God, and ye shall be saved from your enemies.
All right, this is the point that we want right here in verse 10. Read.
Also, in the day of your gladness, and in your solemn days, and in the beginning of your months, ye shall blow with the trumpet over your burnt offerings, and
Over our what?
over your burnt offerings,
Uh-huh.
and over the sacrifices of your peace offerings, that they may be to you for a memorial before your God. I am the Lord your God.
So he tells us in verse 10, also in the day of your gladness and in your solemn days and in the beginnings of your months. What are the days of our gladness? Those are talking about our Sabbath days. And in your solemn days, those are those solemn assemblies or those holy days, such as Passover and Feast of Trumpets and and so on. He says, and the beginnings of your months, the new months. Does it say anything about the moons? It don't say nothing about the moons. It says, in the beginnings of your months, ye shall blow with the trumpets over your burnt offerings and over the sacrifices of your peace offerings, that they may be to you for memorial before your God. I am the Lord your God. You don't read about new moons anywhere in what you will the Torah.
Right.
He says also in the day of your gladness and in your solemn days and in the beginnings of your months, ye shall blow with the trumpets over your burnt offerings and over the sacrifices of your peace offerings. Now go back to Psalms 81 and 3.
The book of Psalms, chapter 81 and verse 3. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon.
So blow up the trumpet in the new month, because we're supposed to blow it at the beginnings of our months. It shouldn't be saying new moon. It should be saying new month. Read.
In the time appointed.
What is the time appointed? The time appointed is on the first day of the 7th month, because it would also be what? It would be the beginning of the month, the first day of the month in the 7th month, which is what? A solemn, read on.
Right. On our solemn feast days.
On our solemn feast day. This is clearly talking about the memorial blowing of trumpets, which is on the 7th month, on the first day of the month. For this was a statute for Israel and a law of the God of Jacob. This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony when he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not. That's the law it's talking about. That's what was ordained. Let's go to Numbers 28 and 11 through 15.
The book of Numbers, chapter 28 and verse 11. And in the beginnings of your months.
No, in the new moon.
In the beginning of your months, ye shall offer a burnt offering unto the Lord, 2 young bullocks and 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year without spot, and 3/10 deals of flour for a meat offering, mingled with oil for 1 bullock, and 2/10 deals of flour for meat offerings, mingled with oil for 1 ram, and a 7/10 deal of flour mingled with oil for a meat offering unto 1 lamb, for a burnt offering of a sweet savor of sacrifice made by fire unto the Lord. And their drink offering shall be half of an hin of wine unto a bullock, and the 3rd part of the hin unto a ram, and a 4th part of a hin unto a lamb. This is the burnt offering of every month throughout the month of the years.
So a hin is the equivalent today of 1.5 gallons. It's like 1.5 gallons. Go ahead and read on.
And 1 kid of the goats of a sin offering unto the Lord shall be offered besides the continual burnt offering and his drink offering.
So it says that this is the burnt offering of every month throughout the months of the year. So for the new month, this is the offering that's supposed to be offered. And what were we told in Numbers 10 and 1 through 10? That we were to use those 2 silver trumpets to blow the trumpets over the sacrifices of our peace offerings, when? In the day of our gladness, in our solemn days, and in the beginning of our months. That was the law. Let's go to Leviticus 23 and 23 through 25.
Leviticus chapter 23 and verse 23. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, In the 7th month, in the 1st day of the month, shall ye have a Sabbath, a memorial of the blowing of trumpets, and holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work therein, but ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord.
So he says, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, In the 7th month, in the 1st day of the month, shall ye have a Sabbath, a memorial of blowing of trumpets, and holy convocation. In the 1st day of the month, not the new moon, says, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, In the 7th month. If you're going to connect this to Psalms 81, in the 7th month, on the new moon, shall ye have a Sabbath, a memorial blowing of trumpets and holy convocation. That's what this should be saying, right? That's not what is happening. It's talking about the memorial blowing of trumpets. And on the new months, it wasn't talking about particularly the new moons. We learned that from these other nations. Let's go to Numbers 29 and 1 through 6.
The book of Numbers, chapter 29 and verse 1. And in the 7th month, on the 1st day of the month, ye shall have an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work. It is a day of blowing the trumpets unto you. And ye shall offer a burnt offering for a sweet savor unto the Lord, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the 1st year without blemish. And their meat offerings shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3 tenthiols for a bullock, and 2 tenthiols for a ram, and 1 tenthio for 1 lamb throughout the 7 lambs, and 1 kid of the goat for a sin offering to make an atonement for you, besides the burnt offering of the month, and his meat offering, and the daily burnt offering, and his meat offering, and their drink offering, according unto the manner for a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto the Lord.
So this goes back again. He says, and in the 7th month, on the 1st day of the month, if you're trying to connect this to Psalms 81, it should say, and in the 7th month, on the new moon, ye shall have an holy convocation. That's not what the Most High told us in the beginning. He just said on the 1st day of the month. He didn't say nothing about looking up in the sky at the moon. We learned that later. We started following that later. That's not what he taught us in the wilderness. All he told us is at the beginning of your month. He told us what the beginning of the month was. He taught us. And in the 7th month, on the 1st day of the month, you shall have an holy convocation. You shall do no servile work. It is a day of blowing the trumpets unto you. And then it goes through about the burnt offerings. I'm going to drop down to verse 6. Beside the burnt offering of the month and his meat offering, and the daily burnt offering and his meat offering, and their drink offerings, according unto their manner, for a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto the Lord. If you watch the video that we did about the day, we go over the daily sacrifices, because that had to do with the day. There were daily sacrifices, there were monthly sacrifices, and there was a yearly. All right, so is Psalms 81 talking about the new moon? Because that's one of the precepts that all the camps love to use, that just because it says new moon, see, we're commanded to blow up the trumpet in the new moon. So now they have our people out there when the moon shows up in the sky, whether it's the dark moon, the sliver moon, or the full moon, they're out there blowing the trumpet at the moon and think that we are serving the Most High the way He told us to. So now, what is the first month? When does it begin? That's the next question. What is the first month of our year? And when does it begin? Because we're told to blow up the trumpet at the beginning of our months. So when is it? What is it? Let's go to Exodus 12 and 1 through 2.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12 and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you.
So it says, and the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. Some of our zealous brothers, because they got that zeal, but not according to knowledge. They teach, see, when he said that, he was pointing up at the moon, saying, This month shall be the beginning of months to you. You don't read about that. You don't read nothing about him looking at the moon, pointing at the moon, making any reference to the moon at all when he told us about the beginning of our months. That this month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. What month was he talking about? Was he talking about the month Nisan? Because we learned that from the Babylonians. What month? Let's go to Exodus 13 and 3 through 10.
The book of Exodus, chapter 13 and verse 3. And Moses said unto the people, Remember this day in which ye came out from Egypt, out of the house of bondage, for by strength of hand the Lord brought you out from this place. There shall no leavened bread be eaten. This day came ye out in the month Abib.
This day came ye out in the month Abib. Read.
And it shall be when the Lord shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, which he sware unto thy fathers to give thee a land flowing with milk and honey, that thou shalt keep this service in this month. 7 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, and in the 7th day shall be a feast to the Lord. Unleavened bread shall be eaten 7 days, and there shall no leavened bread be seen with thee, neither shall there be leaven seen with thee in all thy quarters. And thou shalt show thy sons in that day, saying, This is done because of that which the Lord did unto me when I came forth out of Egypt. And it shall be for a sign unto thee upon thine hand, and for a memorial between thine eyes, that the Lord's law may be in thy mouth. For with a strong hand hath the Lord brought thee out of Egypt. Thou shalt therefore keep this ordinance in his season from year to year.
Says, Thou shalt therefore keep this ordinance in his season from year to year. So during the month of Abib, some people mistakenly take the word Abib for a name, as if it is the name of the month. We did not have names for the months. We didn't call them. We'll get to that later on in the lesson. We did not call the months by names. We got that from the other nations, like calling it Nisan and Talmud and all of that. We started calling the months by these names by following the other nations and their gods. Abib is not a name. It's it has to do with the crops, and we're going to get into that. It's a condition of the crops that they are in at a particular time of the year. That's what Abib is. He says, thou shalt therefore keep this ordinance in his season from year to year. In that month Abib is when the first month is. It's in that season, which is in the springtime, as we will show. And it's important for us to know this because we have what happening? We're reading about Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. It's got to be kept in its proper season from year to year. You don't read anywhere here where he says add a 13th month, a second month of Adar, because we got the word Adar from the Babylonians also, just like we got Tammuz and we got Nisan from them. Let's go to Numbers 33 and 1 through 3.
The book of Numbers, chapter 33 and verse 1. These are the journeys of the children of Israel, which went forth out of the land of Egypt, with their armies under the hand of Moses and Aaron. And Moses wrote their goings out according to their journeys by the commandments of the Lord. And these are their journeys according to their goings out. And they departed from Ramesses.
From Ramses.
Ramses. And they departed from Ramses in the first month, on the 15th day of the first month. On the morrow after the Passover, the children of Israel went out with an high hand in the sight of all the Egyptians.
So in the first month of the year, the month that he told us, this will be the beginning of months for you. In that month Abib, he says, in the first month, on the 15th day of the first month, on the morrow after the Passover, the children of Israel went out with an high hand in the sight of all the Egyptians, because the Passover started on the 14th at sundown. In some precepts that you read, it refers to the 14th as the first day of Passover, because that's when the lamb was brought in, killed, and everything like that. So sometimes they may refer to it as the first day, knowing that it's not the actual first day of the month. I mean, of the Passover, I mean. But you can read in certain instances where it's referred to as the first day of Passover. All right. So that's what it's talking about. Israel left from Ramses on that day after the 14th, because the Passover starts on the 14th day at sundown, which is basically the 15th day. That's when we left. Of what month? Of the first month. Let's go to Exodus 23 and 15.
The book of Exodus, chapter 23 and verse 15. Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I commanded thee, in the time appointed of the month Abib. For in it thou camest out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty.
So he says, thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I commanded thee. We just read about that. In the time appointed of the month Abib. For in it thou camest out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty. So again, this month Abib, it's not a name. We have to stress that Abib is not a name. Let's go to Exodus 34 and 18, because he's telling us again. He's repeatedly telling us what month it is.
The book of Exodus, chapter 34 and verse 18. The feast of unleavened bread shalt thou keep. 7 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, as I commanded thee, in the time of the month Abib. For in the month Abib thou camest out from Egypt.
So he commanded us that we're to eat unleavened bread for 7 days in the time of what? The month Abib. For in the month Abib thou camest out from Egypt, as we just read, on the 15th day of that first month. In the month Abib, we left Egypt. The Passover, the 14th day of the month at evening. Of what month? Of the first month Abib. Let's go to Deuteronomy 16 and 1.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 16 and verse 1. Observe the month of Abib, and keep the Passover unto the Lord thy God. For in the month of Abib, the Lord thy God brought thee forth out of Egypt by night.
So he's telling us. Says, read it one more time. I just lost my place.
Observe the month of Abib, and keep the Passover unto the Lord thy God. For in the month of Abib, the Lord thy God brought thee forth out of Egypt by night.
So he's telling us, observe the month of Abib and keep the Passover unto the Lord thy God. For in the month of Abib, the Lord thy God brought thee forth out of Egypt by night. Read this closely. Observe the month of Abib. We're supposed to keep it as an observance. But let's look up the word observe. Get a clear understanding. And let me know when you can see it.
There it is.
All right. So it says, observe, notice, or perceive something and register it as being significant, such as young people observe that decisions are made by others. Synonyms: notice, see, note, perceive, discern, remark, spot, detect, discover, distinguish, make out, espy, decry, or behold. Watch someone or something carefully and attentively. Watch, see, look at, eye, contemplate, view, survey, regard. Witness, keep an eye on, scrutinize, keep under observation, keep watch on, keep under surveillance, monitor, keep under scrutiny, watch like a hawk, keep a weather eye on, spy on, check out, reconnoiter, never heard of that, twig, surveil, take note of or detect something in the course of a scientific study, make a remark. It's chilly, she observed. Comment, remark, say, mention, note, declare, announce, state. So you could say it's chilly, she remarked, or it's chilly, she said, or it's chilly, she mentioned. It's chilly, she noted. It's chilly, she declared. It's chilly, she announced. So you could put any of those words. 3, fulfill or comply with a social, legal, ethic, or religious obligation. So what we're looking at is definition 1A, 2, and 3 here, or B, A, B, C, and definition 3. When it comes to what he's talking about in Deuteronomy 16:1, observe the month of Abib and keep the Passover unto the Lord thy God. For in the month of Abib, the Lord thy God brought thee out of Egypt by night. So we've got to observe, keep note, watch carefully. Let me go back to some of those synonyms of notice or perceive or to watch. See, eye, contemplate, view, survey, regard, witness, keep an eye on. So you could say, keep an eye on the month of Abib, monitor the month of Abib, keep a weather eye on, spy on, check out. Why? Let's go to Deuteronomy 16 and 9.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 16 and verse 9. 7 weeks shalt thou number unto thee, being to number the 7
Begin.
weeks.
Begin.
Begin to watch, number the 7 weeks from such time.
Begin to number the 7 weeks.
Let me read it again. 7 weeks shalt thou number unto thee. Begin to number the 7 weeks from such time as thou beginnest to put the sickle to the corn.
So he says, begin to number. Let me read it. 7 weeks shalt thou number unto thee. Begin to number the 7 weeks from such time as thou beginnest to put the sickle to the corn. All right. So some people will tell us that the word Abib simply means ear of corn, but it goes beyond that. It's not the name of the month. Abib is not the name of the month. It's not a name of the month. Abib is talking about, and I'm not a farmer. It took me some digging to figure out what exactly Abib is. Don't do much farming here where I live. Never farmed in my life. So we have to now learn this stuff because we never knew it before. That's why our oppressors were able to hide this stuff from us. So the next question we have to answer is, what is a bib? What is it? If it's not the name of the month that some people profess it to be, what is a bib? Let's go to Exodus 9 and 22 through 32.
The book of Exodus, chapter 9 and verse 22. And it says, and the Lord said unto Moses, stretch forth thine hand towards heaven, that there may be hail in all the land of Egypt upon man, and upon beast, and upon every herb of the field throughout the land of Egypt. And Moses stretched forth his rod towards heaven, and the Lord sent thunder and hail, and the fire ran along upon the ground, and the Lord rained hail upon the land of Egypt. So there was hail and fire mingled with the hail, very grievous, such as there was none like it in all the land of Egypt since it became a nation. And the hail smote throughout all the land of Egypt, all that was in the field, both man and beast. And the hail smote every herb of the field, and brake every tree of the field. Only in the land of Goshen, where the children of Israel were, was there no hail. And Pharaoh sent and called for Moses and Aaron, and said unto them, I have sinned this time. The Lord is righteous, and I and my people are wicked. Entreat the Lord, for it is enough that there be no more mighty thunders and hail, and I will let you go, and ye shall stay no longer. And Moses said unto him, as soon as I am gone out of the city, I will spread abroad my hand unto the Lord, and the thunder shall cease, neither shall there be any more hail, and thou mayest know how that the earth is the Lord's. But as for thee, and thy servants, I know that you will not yet fear the Lord God. And the flax and the barley was smitten, for the barley was in the ear, and the flax was
Boy,
bullet,
bold or something. Yeah.
yeah, bolded. But the wheat and the rye were not smitten, for they were not grown up.
All right. So the Most High, as we're reading, caused a hailstorm to come in Egypt, and it destroyed the crops. So what we're reading about in verse 31 says, "And the flax and the barley was smitten." Why was the flax and the barley destroyed? Why did it get messed up? Says, for the barley was in the ear and the flax was bold. In other words, it was grown up. It was in a condition to where it was almost near time for it to be harvested. Says, but the wheat and the rye were not smitten, for they were not grown up. Because the wheat, that's what the feast of weeks is about the wheat growth. All right. So it says but the wheat and the rye were not smitten, for they were not grown up. So the barley was messed up because it was at that time of growth already. And that's what around the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, when those particular grains are ready to be um, what do you call it, harvested. All right. So we're gonna look up a bib for a second. We're gonna get a little understanding about what a bib is. Give me a second. Share a screen. So you're gonna see, different definitions. This is BibleHub.com that you can go, and you get a lot of different translations of scriptures and things like that. They give, a little bit of commentary and things on them. You got the concordance, dictionary, the encyclopedia, the source, and they give it to you in the Greek, the Hebrew, and so on. Um, but we're going to go to some of these different definitions. It gives you several different dictionaries that you can look in and get definitions from. So Hitchcock's Bible Names Dictionary, they call the bib green fruit or ears of corn. The Smith's Bible Dictionary just calls it green fruits. The ATS says Abib, the first month of the ecclesiastical year of the Hebrews, afterwards called Nisan, which we talked about a little bit ago. We got that from the Babylonians. It answered nearly to our April. Abib signifies green ears of green ears of grain or fresh fruits. It was so named because grain, particularly barley, was an ear at the time. On the 10th of this month, the Passover lamb was set apart. It was killed on the 14th towards sunset and eaten the same evening after the 15th day had begun. The 7 days from the 15th to the 21st inclusive were the Feast of Unleavened Bread, closing with a solemn convocation. The Easton's Bible Dictionary, an ear of corn, the month of newly ripened grain, the first of the Jewish ecclesiastical year, and the seventh of the civil year. It began about the time of the vernal equinox on 21st of March, which is actually wrong. We're going to get into that when we go over the year, how that the 21st of March was changed from the 16th of March by the Pope in order to keep the vernal equinox, so-called, at the time of Easter. So being slick, but it's actually the 16th of March. It was called Nisan after the captivity, which I mentioned earlier, with the Babylonian captivity. On the 15th day of the month, harvest was begun by gathering a sheaf of barley, which was offered unto the Lord on the 16th. Webster's Revised Unabridged Dictionary, the first month of the Jewish ecclesiastical year, corresponding nearly to our April after the Babylonian captivity. This month was called Nisan. International Standard Bible Encyclopedia, Abib, young ear of barley or other grain, the first month of the Israelite year, called Nisan in Nehemiah 2 and 1, Esther 3 and 7, is Abib in Exodus 13:4, Exodus 23:15, Exodus 34:18, compare Deuteronomy 16:1. Abib is not properly a name of a month, but part of a descriptive phrase, the month of young ears of grain. This may indicate the Israelite way of determining the new year, the year beginning with the new moon nearest or next preceding the stage of the growth of the barley. It says the year thus indicated was practically the same with the old Babylonian year, and presumably came in with Abraham. The Pentateuchal laws do not introduce it, though they define it perhaps to distinguish it from the Egyptian wandering year. So it's a stage of growth of the barley. That's simply what Abib means when you look at all these different definitions. It's not a name. So let's go back. So what is Abib? Abib is talking about a stage of growth of a crop. And during the time at the first month, when the Most High told us to observe that month, that it was the beginning of it was the first month of our year, and he called it Abib, it was because the barley was in that certain stage of growth. As we read in Exodus, when the hailstorm came, the reason why the barley and the flax got destroyed, because they were in that stage of growth, which is called Abib. And that's how we are able to know when that month is coming in, by observing one. That's one of the ways, by observing the growth of the barley harvest. All right. So we're going to read a little bit more about the barley harvest by going to the book of Ruth. So we're going to go to the book of Ruth. Chapter 1, and we're going to read 1 through 22. So this is what we'll do. We're going to read Ruth 1, Ruth 2, Ruth 3, and Ruth 4. I'll read Ruth 1. You read Ruth 2. I'll read Ruth 3, and then you read Ruth 4. All right. So we're starting with Ruth 1 and 1. The reason why we're reading it is just so we could get an understanding of in the scriptures when that time of harvest came around, because you do read about some of the harvesting in the scriptures. Okay. And in the book of Ruth is one of the places. So we're going to start at Ruth 1 and 1. It says, now it came to pass in the days when the judges ruled that there was a famine in the land, and a certain man of Bethlehem, Judah, went to sojourn in the country of Moab, he and his wife and his 2 sons. And the name of the man was Elimelech, and the name of his wife Naomi, and the name of his 2 sons Mahlon and Chilion, Ephrathites of Bethlehem, Judah. And they came into the country of Moab and continued there. Verse 3, and Elimelech, Naomi's husband, died, and she was left and her 2 sons. And they took them wives of the women of Moab. The name of the one was Orpah, and the name of the other Ruth. And they dwelled there about 10 years. And Mahlon and Chilion died also, both of them. And the woman was left of her 2 sons and her husband. Verse 6, then she arose with her daughters-in-law, that she might return from the country of Moab. for she had heard in the country of Moab how that the Lord had visited his people in giving them bread. Wherefore she went forth out of the place where she was, and her two daughters in law with her, and they went on the way to return unto the land of Judah. And Naomi said unto her two daughters in law, Go, return each to her mother's house. The Lord deal kindly with you, as you have dealt with the dead and with me. The Lord grant you that ye may find rest, each of you in the house of her husband. Then she kissed them, and they lifted up their voice and wept. And they said unto her, Surely we will return with thee unto thy people. And Naomi said, Turn again, my daughters. Why will you go with me? Are there yet any more sons in my womb, that they may be your husbands? Turn again, my daughters. Go your way, for I am too old to have an husband. If I should say I have hope, if I should have an husband also tonight, and should also bear sons, would ye tarry for them till they were grown? Would ye stay for them from having husbands? Nay, my daughters, for it grieveth me much for your sakes that the hand of the Lord is gone out against me. And they lifted up their voice and wept again. And Orpah kissed her mother in law, but Ruth clave unto her. And she said, Behold, thy sister in law is gone back unto her people and unto her gods. Return thou after thy sister in law. And Ruth said, Entreat me not to leave thee, or to return from following after thee. For whither thou goest, I will go, and whither thou lodgest, I will lodge, and where thou lodgest, I will lodge. Thy people shall be my people, and thy God my God. Where thou diest will I die, and there will I be buried. The Lord do so to me, and more also, if aught but death part thee and me. When she saw that she was steadfastly minded to go with her, then she left, speaking unto her. Verse 19. So they two went until they came to Bethlehem. And it came to pass, when they were come to Bethlehem, that all the city was moved about them. And they said, Is this Naomi? And she said unto them, Call me not Naomi, call me Mara, for the Almighty had dealt very bitterly with me. I went out full, and the Lord hath brought me home again empty. Why then call ye me Naomi, seeing the Lord hath testified against me, and the Almighty hath afflicted me? So Naomi returned, and Ruth the Moabitess, her daughter-in-law, with her, which returned out of the country of Moab. And they came to Bethlehem in the beginning of barley harvest. So they came in the beginning of barley harvest, meaning that when they returned, it was at the first month of the year. It was at the new year, the time of the new year, during the month of Bib. All right. So go ahead and go to Ruth 2 and 1 through 23.
The book of Ruth, chapter 2 and verse 1. And Naomi had a kinsman of her husband, a mighty man of wealth, of the family of Elimelech, and his name was Boaz. And Ruth the Moabitess said unto Naomi, Let me now go to the field and glean ears of corn after him, in whose sight I shall find grace. And she said unto her, Go, my daughter. And she went and came and gleaned in the field after the reapers, and her hap was to light on a part of the field belonging unto Boaz, who was of the king of Elimelech. And behold, Boaz came from Bethlehem and said unto the reapers, The Lord be with you. And they answered him, The Lord bless thee. Then Boaz unto his servants that was set over the reapers, whose damsel is this? And the servant that was set over the reapers answered and said, It is the Moabitess damsel that came back with Naomi out of the country of Moab. And she said, I pray you, let me glean and gather after the reapers among the sheaves. So she came and hath continued even from the morning until now, that she tarried a little in the house. Then said Boaz unto Ruth, Hearest thou not, my daughter? Go not to glean in another field, neither go from hence, but abide here. fast by my maidens. Let thine eyes be on the field that they do reap, and go thou after them. Have I not charged the young men that they shall not touch thee? And when thou art Arthurist, go unto the vessels, and drink of that which the young men have drawn. Then she fell on her face, and bowed herself to the ground, and said unto him, Why have I found grace in thine eyes, that thou shouldest take no knowledge of a stranger? And Boaz answered and said unto her, It had fully been shown me all that thou hast done unto thy mother-in-law since the death of thine husband, and how thou hast left thy father and thy mother and the land of thy nativity, and came unto people which thou knowest not heretofore. The Lord recompense thy work, and a full reward be given thee of the Lord God of Israel, under whose wing thou art come to trust. Then she said, Let me find favor in thy sight, my Lord, for that thou hast comforted me, and for that thou hast spoken freely unto thine handmaid, though I be not like unto one of thine handmaids. And Boaz said unto her at mealtime, Come thou hither, and eat of the bread, and dip thy morsel in thy vinegar. And she sat beside the reapers, and he reached her parched corn, and she did eat, and was sufficed, and left. And when he was risen up to glean, Boaz commanded his young men, saying, Let her glean even more the sheaves, and the reproach of her not, and let fall also some of the handful of purpose for her, and leave them that she may glean them, and rebuke her not. So she gleaned in the field until evening, and beat out that she had gleaned, and it was about an ephah of barley. And she took it up and went into the city, and her mother-in-law saw what she had gleaned, and she brought forth and gave to her that she had received after she was sufficed. And her mother-in-law said unto her, Where hast thou gleaned today? And where wroughtest thou? Blessed be he that did that knowledge of thee. And she showed her mother-in-law with whom she had wrought, and said, The man's name with whom I wrought today is Boaz. And Naomi said unto her daughter-in-law, Blessed be of the Lord, who had not left of his kindness to the living and to the dead. And Naomi said unto her, The man is near of kin unto us, one of our next kinsmen. And Ruth the Moabitess said, He said unto me also, Thou shalt keep fast by my young men until they have ended all my harvest. And Naomi said unto Ruth, Hear, daughter-in-law, it is good, my daughter, that thou go out with his maidens, that they meet thee not in any other field. So she kept fast by the maidens of Boaz to glean unto the end of barley harvest and of wheat harvest, and dwelt with her mother-in-law.
So she kept fast by the maidens of Boaz, meaning she stayed by them and worked alongside them in the field until the end of the barley harvest, which we know is at the beginning of the year, meaning it was the first month, all the way until they got to the time of the wheat harvest, which is at the time of the Feast of Weeks, the Feast of Pentecost. All right. So let's go to chapter 3. So what we're reading about is what? During the time of Ruth returning back, it was barley harvest. And we're reading about how Naomi and Ruth returned. Ruth started working in the field of Boaz and was helping with the what do you call it, the reaping of the harley field, the barley fields. All right, so let's go to Ruth 3:1. So now we're going to Ruth chapter 3, Ruth chapter 3 and verse 1. And it reads, Then Naomi, her mother in law, said unto her, My daughter, shall I not seek rest for thee, that it may be well with thee? And now is not Boaz of our kindred, with whose maidens thou wast? Behold, he winnoweth barley tonight in the threshing floor. Wash thyself, therefore, and anoint thee, and put thy raiment upon thee, and get thee down to the floor. But make not thyself known unto the man until he shall have done eating and drinking. And it shall be when he lieth down that thou shalt mark the place where he shall lie, and thou shalt go in and uncover his feet and lay thee down, and he will tell thee what thou shalt do. And she said unto her, All that thou sayest unto me I will do. And she went down into the floor and did according to all that her mother in law bade her. And when Boaz had eaten and drunk, and his heart was merry, he went to lie down at the end of the heap of corn. And she came softly and uncovered his feet and laid her down. And it came to pass at midnight that the man was afraid and turned himself, and behold, a woman lay at his feet. And he said, Who art thou? And she answered, I am Ruth, thine handmaid. Spread therefore thy skirt over thine handmaid, for thou art a near kinsman. And he said, Blessed be thou of the Lord, my daughter, for thou hast showed more kindness in the latter end than at the beginning. And as much as thou followest not young men, whether poor or rich. And now, my daughter, fear not, I will do to thee all that thou requirest. For all the city of my people doeth know that thou art a virtuous woman. And now it is true that I am thy near kinsman. Howbeit there is a kinsman nearer than I. Tarry this night, and it shall be in the morning that if he will perform unto thee the part of a kinsman, well, let him do the kinsman part. But if he will not do the part of a kinsman to thee, then will I do the part of a kinsman to thee. As the Lord liveth, lie down until the morning. And she lay at his feet until the morning, and she rose up before one could know another. And he said, Let it not be known that a woman came into the floor. Also he said, Bring the veil that thou hast upon thee, and hold it. And when she held it, he measured 6 measures of barley and laid it on her, and she went into the city. And when she came to her mother-in-law, she said, Who art thou, my daughter? And she told her all that the man had done to her. And she said, These 6 measures of barley gave he me. For he said to me, Go not empty unto thy mother-in-law. Then said she, Sit still, my daughter, until thou know how the matter will fall. For the man will not be in rest until he have finished the thing this day. All right, so we know that all this is going on during the time of what? During the time of barley harvest. All right, let's go to Ruth 4 and 1.
The book of Ruth, chapter 4 and verse 1. Then went Boaz up to the gate and sat him down there. And behold, the kinsman of whom Boaz spake came by, unto whom he said, Who such a one turn aside, sit down here. And he turned aside and sat down. And he took 10 men of the elders of the city and said, Sit ye down here. And they sat down. And he said unto the kinsman, Naomi, that is come again out of the country of Moab, selleth a parcel of land which was our brother Alexa. And I thought to advertise thee, saying, Buy it before the inhabitants and before the elders of my people. If thou wilt redeem it, redeem it. But if thou wilt not redeem it, then tell me, that I may know. For there is none to redeem it besides thee, and I am after thee. And he said, I will redeem it. Then said Boaz, What day thou buyest the field of the hand of Naomi, thou must buy it also of Ruth the Moabitess, the wife of the dead, to raise up the name of the dead upon his inheritance. And the kingsman said, I cannot redeem it for myself, lest a mar mine own inheritance. Redeem thou my right to thyself, for I cannot redeem it. Now this was the manner in former time in Israel concerning redeeming and concerning changing. For to confirm all things, a man plucked off his shoe and gave it to his neighbor, and his was a testimony in Israel. Therefore the king's men said unto Boaz, Buy it for thee. So he drew off his shoe. And Boaz said unto the elder and unto all the people, Ye are witnesses this day that I have bought all that was Elimelech's, and all that was Chilion's and Machlon's of the hand of Noemi. Moreover, Ruth the Moabitess, the wife of Machlon, Mahlon have I purchased to be my wife, to raise up the name of the dead upon his inheritance, that the name of the dead be not cut off from among his brethren, and from the gate of his place. Ye are witnesses this day. And all the people that were in the gate and the elders said, We are witnesses. The Lord make the woman that is come into thine house like Rachel and like Leah, which two did build the house of Israel, and do thou worthily in Ephrathah, and the famous in Bethlehem, and let thy house be like the house of Phares, whom Tamar bare unto Judah, of the seed which the Lord shall give thee of this young woman. So Boaz took Ruth, and she was his wife. And when he was in unto her, the Lord gave her conception, and she bare a son. And the woman said unto Noemi, Blessed be the Lord, which had not left thee this day without a kinsman, that his name may be famous in Israel. And he shall be unto thee a restorer of thy life, and a nourisher of thine old age. For thy daughter-in-law, which loveth thee, which is better to thee than 7 sons, had borne him. And Naomi took the child and laid it in her bosom, and became nurse unto it. And the woman, her neighbors, gave it a name, saying, There is a son born to Naomi, and they call his name Obed. He is the father of Jesse, the father of David. Now these are the generations of Phares. Phares begat Hezron, and Hezron begat Ram, and Ram begat Amnon. Amnon Abdad, and Amnon Abdad begat Nashon, and Nashon begat Salmon, and Salmon begat Boaz, and Boaz begat Obed, and Obed begat Jesse, and Jesse begat David.
All right. So we could see that all this that happened in the book of Ruth, Ruth 1, Ruth 2, Ruth 3, Ruth 4, all happened during the time of barley harvest. All right. Let's go to 2 Samuel chapter 21 and 1 through 14.
The book of 2 Samuel, chapter 21 and verse 1. Then there was a famine in the days of David, 3 years, years after years. And David inquired of the Lord, and the Lord answered, It is for Saul and for his bloody house, because he slew the Gibeonites. And the king called the Gibeonites and said unto them, Now the Gibeonites were not of the children of Israel, but of the remnant of the Amorites. And the children of Israel had sworn unto them. And Saul sought to slay them in his seal to the children of Israel and Judah. Wherefore David said unto the Gibeonites, What shall I do for you? And wherewith shall I make the atonement, that ye may bless the inheritance of the Lord? And the Gibeonites said unto him, We will have no silver nor gold, nor Saul, or gold of Saul, nor of his house. Neither for us shalt thou kill any man in Israel. And he said, what ye shall say, that will I do for you. And they answered the king, The man that consumed us, and that devised against us, that we should be destroyed from remaining in any of the coast of Israel. let 7 men of his sons be delivered unto us, and we will hang them up unto the Lord in Gibeah of Saul, whom the Lord did choose. And the king said, I will give them. But the king spread Mephibosheth, Mephibosheth, the son of Jonathan, the son of Saul, because of the Lord's oath that was between them, between David and Jonathan, the son of Saul. But the king took the 2 sons of Rizpah, the daughters of Aipha, whom she bare unto Saul, Armani and Mephibosheth, and the 5 sons of Michael, the daughter of Saul, who she brought up for Adriel, the son of Barzillai, the Moholites, Moholite, Meholathir, and he delivered them into the hand of the Gibeonites, and they hanged them in the hill before the Lord, and they fell all 7 together, and were put to death in the days of harvest, in the first day, in the beginning of barley harvest. And Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah, took sackcloth and spread it for her upon the rock from the beginning of harvest until water drop upon them out of heaven, and suffer neither the birds of the air to rest on them by day, nor the beasts of the field by night. And it was told David what Rizpah, the daughter of Ahiah, the concubine of Saul, had done. And David went and took the bones of Saul and the bones of Jonathan his son from the men of Jabeshi Gilead, which had stolen them from the street of Beth Sham, where the Philistines had hanged them when the Philistines slain Saul in Gilboa. And he brought up from thence the bones of Saul and the bones of Jonathan his son, and they gathered them bones of them that were hanged, and the bones of Saul and Jonathan his son buried they in the country of Benjamin, in the Zelia, in the sepulchre of Kish his father. And they performed all that the king commanded. And after that, God was entreated for the land.
All right. So going back to verse 9, again showing, it says, and he delivered them into the hands of the Gibeonites, and they hanged them in the hill before the Lord, and they fell all 7 together and were put to death in the days of harvest, in the first days, in the beginning of barley harvest. So showing that this was beginning of months of the year, and it was during the time of barley harvest in the springtime. Let's go to Judith 8 and 1 through 6.
Judith. The book of Judith, chapter 8 and verse 1. Now at that time, Judith heard therefore, which was the daughter of Meriah, the son of
Merari,
Meriah,
Merari,
Merari, the son of Oz, the son of Joseph, the son of Oziel, the son of Elsiah, the son of Ananias, the son of Gideon, the son of Raphaim, the son of Asiathon, the son of Eliu, the son of Eliabah, the son of Nathaniel, the son of Samael, the son of Sadai, the son of Israel. And Manasseh was her husband, of the tribe of kindred, who died in the barley harvest.
It says, and Manasseh was her husband of her tribe and kindred who died in the barley harvest. Go ahead.
For as he stood overseeing them that bound sheaves in the field, the heat came upon his head, and he fell on his bed and died in the city of Bethulia. And they buried him with his father in the field between Dothaim and Baal-Amo. So Judith was widow in her house 3 years and 4 months, and she made her a tent up on the top of her house, and put on sackcloth upon her loins, and wear her widow's apparel. And she fasted all the days of her widowhood, save the eves of the Sabbath, and the Sabbath, and the eves of the new moons, and the new moons, and the feast and the solemn days of the house of Israel.
So when was this going on? Her husband died when? He died in the barley harvest. So he was overseeing the sheaves being bound in the field, and the heat came up on his head and he fell down and died. So sounds like he may have had a heat stroke or something like that while working in the fields. And so she was left widowed. And so what it's saying, she put on her widow apparel and she fasted all the days of her widowhood except for the the evenings or the eves the day before the Sabbaths. Um, says the eves of the Sabbaths and the Sabbaths and the eves of the new moons, meaning the new months, and the new months and the feasts and solemn days of the house of Israel. So it's not until I believe First Kings. Let me look real quick. You don't see the words new moon pop up. It's in First Samuel 20 and 5. It's the first time the word new moon pops up. So you don't read about no new moons or nothing like that. Um, in Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, or First Samuel, you don't read nothing about no new moons. So what are we doing right now? We're just using this history to prove the first day of the month is when the first day of the month is supposed to start. So what do we know so far? So far we know during the month of Abib, when the barley harvest should be in a state of Abib, is when the first month occurs in our year. So what we're going to look at um, is other precepts that prove when the month should start. All right, so let's go to Genesis 1 and 14 through 19. So the month begins at that time of Abib, when the barley is at that state of Abib in order to start the harvest. Um, we know that it's the first month of our year. And when you got Genesis 1 and 14, go ahead and read.
The book of Genesis, chapter 1 and verse 14. And God said, let there be light in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years, and let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day.
All right. So we know that the Most High created the signs of heaven on the fourth day, thereby starting the month on the fourth day of the work week. going to share my screen real quick so you can see. Now, these are just very simple illustrations because I wanted to make it as simple as possible. So we want right now is to get understanding of when the month begins. So reading Genesis 1 and 14, it says, and God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. All right. So he says, and let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. He put them in the sky to do their office, to do their job. And we got to use it as such. We are not supposed to be worshiping the luminaries that he put up in the sky, the great light or the lesser light or the stars, none of that. And it says, and God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also, and God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. So if you watched our video about when a day begins, when we went over the day begins at evening. It's evening to morning. It's not morning to morning, as there's some people trying to teach now. That's not biblical. It's not in the Bible. It's not in any of the writings. All right. So as you go look, if you saw our video about our second lesson about the week, and we see that when Christ or God was creating, the Most High was creating, was doing the creation in Genesis, that he was creating the work week, which we didn't have names for the days of the week. We just had first day, second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, sixth day, seventh day. So what you would find written in the scriptures is something like Mary came to the sepulcher early in the morning of the first day of the week or something like that. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what you would read. It wouldn't say Mary came to the sepulcher on Sunday morning. You're not going to read that in the scriptures. Those names are names of deities, these pagan deities that Esau has added into the calendar, adding the names of days. Just like we copied after the Babylonians and put names to the months, here in America, they're doing the same thing. They put names to the days, they put names to the months, and all of the names to the years. All this is done with pagan origins. All these names are the names of their gods. We didn't have names. It was the first day, second day, third day, fourth day. And you can see on the fourth day is what we just read, when the sun and the moon and the stars were created, and they were put into the sky to serve as signs for seasons, for days and years. So the first day of the first month starts when the luminaries were put into the sky on the fourth day, which today we call Wednesday, which would actually start on the third day at evening. So the first day would start here on the first day at evening and end on the fourth day at evening. That's when it would begin. Can you see that? The Lord's will, that's making sense. We got the first day, second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, sixth day, and then the Sabbath day on the seventh day, the day that the Most High rested. the 7-day work week that he gave to the Israelites, is completely separate from the month and the year. Just like Esau's calendar. Esau copied it from us. We didn't copy it from him. All they did was just made slight changes by giving the days of the week's names, starting the year in January, on January 1st, and the day, and calling it 365 days. And the first day of the month can fall anywhere on the calendar in any particular year. In God's calendar, it does not do that. The first of the year is always on the 4th day of the month, or what we call Wednesday today. It never changes. Next year, the first day of the first month is going to fall on the 4th day of the week, just like it does every year in the Enoch calendar. And notice so far, we have not even opened up the book of Enoch to prove everything that we're showing you right now. We have not even gotten to Enoch at all. And we will not open up Enoch in this lesson because we don't need to. It's unneeded. Everything that we're showing is coming right out of the scriptures, right out of the scriptures and the Apocrypha for right now. Okay. So now, when does the month begin? The first day of the month. The first day of our month and our year starts on the 4th day of the week, of the work week. It's not like Esau's calendar where it could start on Saturday, the first of the year could, January 1st could be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, depending on the year. It fluctuates. Just like his holidays fluctuate. One year, Easter is at one time of the year in April, another year it's in March. The reason why is because they're following the moon when it comes to figuring out Easter, but they don't do that when it comes to Christmas. They just claim that Christ was born on December 25th, which is a lie. Christ was not born on December 25th. That's the birth date of Tammuz. All right, so we know that this is barley season, which is in the springtime. All right, meaning that it is regulated by the sun. Common sense, even with Esau's calendar, which he copied from us, common sense is that it is the sun that regulates the season, not the moon. The moon cannot, will not ever regulate the seasons. So let's go to Psalms 104 and 19, because we've got to go here again. Or actually, you know what? Did we already go there?
No.
Actually, it's afterwards. Go to Psalms 104 and 19, just verse 19 first.
Okay, the book of Psalms, chapter 104 and verse 19. He appointed the moon for seasons. The sun knoweth his going down.
So we're going back to this again. We already covered it when we went over the week. We mentioned it a little bit when we went over the day. Psalms 104 and 19. This is where people that follow the lunar Sabbath go wrong. They read and see he appointed the moon for seasons. The sun knoweth his going down. So we have to prove that this is not talking about actual seasons such as spring, summer, fall, and winter. Psalms 104 is not talking about that kind of season. It is a day can be considered a season. A day or a night also can be considered a season, which is what this is talking about in Psalms 104 and 19. Let me go back and we're going to break it down again. So I'm going to open up this link. Let me share the screen with you again. The word season has many different definitions. Definition one of the four natural divisions of the year: spring, summer, fall, and winter. In the north and south temperate zones, each season, beginning astronomically at an equinox or solstice, is characterized by specific meteorological or climatic conditions. The two divisions of the year: rainy and dry in some tropical regions. Definition two: a recurrent period characterized by certain occurrences, occupations, festivities, or crops. That's one of the definitions that it's using. It's not talking about definition 1A or B. It's talking about a recurrent period characterized by certain occurrences, occupations, festivities, or crops. The time of Abib comes every year at the same time of the year, based upon what? The sun. The festivities of the Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread occurs every year in the month of Abib. That festivity is when? The month of Abib, on the 14th day of the month at even, until the 21st day of the month at even. Number three, a suitable, natural, or convenient time. Same definition, a period of time. It could be any period of time: daytime, nighttime, springtime, singing time, time of death, death time. He died in his season when he was an old man. It could be any time. And we know it's not talking about seasoning as seasoning, putting on the food. All right. So it could be any season. Lord's will, this is becoming clear. We're reiterating it again because, like we said, there's a lot of people that put a lot of stock into Psalms 104 and 19. It's almost like their entire doctrine is predicated on it. Let's go to Numbers 28 and 1 through 8.
The book of Numbers, chapter 28 and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel, and say unto them, My offering and my bread for my sacrifice made by fire, for a sweet savor unto me, shall ye observe to offer unto me in their due season.
In their due season. This is talking about the daily sacrifices that were to be done by the Levitical priests in the temple daily. He says, shall ye observe to offer unto me in their due season. Read on.
Verse 3. And thou shalt say unto them, This is the offering made by fire which ye shall offer unto the Lord: 2 lambs of the first year without spot, day by day, for
That's their season. They should be offered daily, day by day. Read.
for a continual burnt offering.
That's their season, day by day. What else about their season? Read on.
The 1 lamb shalt thou offer in the morning,
Which is the morning or the day season. Read on.
and the other lamb shalt thou offer at evening.
In the night season or evening season. The season can be any time. It's not talking about the four seasons of the year. Psalms 104 and 19 is not talking about the 4 seasons of the year. It's talking about the night season and the day season, or you call it morning season and evening season. Read on.
And the 10th part of an ephah of flour for a meat offering, mingle with the 4th part of a hin of the beaten oil. It is a continual burnt offering which was ordained in Mount Sinai for a sweet Savior, a sacrifice made by fire unto the Lord. And the drink offering thereof shall be the fourth part of an hin for the one lamb. In the holy place shalt thou cause the strong wine to be poured unto the Lord for a drink offering. And the other lamb shalt thou offer at evening as the meat offering of the morning. And as a drink offering thereof, thou shalt offer it a sacrifice made by fire of a sweet Savior unto the Lord.
So this is the offering, the daily offerings that were to be offered to the Most High. One lamb in the evening and one lamb in the morning, as we read in verse 8 again. He reiterates it. And the other lamb shalt thou offer at even as the meat offering of the morning. Evening, night season, they should be offered in the morning or day season. The season is not talking about the 4 seasons of the year. Let's go back to Psalms 104 and 19 through 23 now.
The book of Psalms, chapter 104 and verse 19. He appointed the moon for seasons. The sun knoweth his going down.
So, in other words, the sun also knows his job. He knows when he's supposed to rise and set. Read on.
They'll make his darkness, and it is night, where all the beasts of the forest do creep forth. The young lions roar after their prey, and seek their meat from God. The sun ariseth, they gathereth themselves together, and lay them down in their dens. Man goeth forth unto his work, and to his labor until the evening.
So now when you read this in the context, it gives more understanding of what this is actually talking about. He says, man, let's go back. He appointed the moon for seasons. The sun knoweth is going down. Thou makest darkness, and it is night, wherein all the beasts of the forest do creep forth. So the beasts creep forth at night. When at night in their season is when they creep forth, right? He says, the young lions roar after their prey and seek their meat from God. So the young lions roar after their prey when? It's at night in their season, in the night season. Is when do they return to their dens? At sunrise in their season. It's at night they come out and hunt. Night season, day season, or daytime comes, the morning comes, they go back into their dens and kick it for the day. In the what? The day season. Man goeth forth to work when? He goes to work at sunrise in the morning season, or in the day season. How can we also prove this? There's other precepts that we're going to get that proves that there's more than just the 4 seasons that we think of. Let's go to Job 30 and 17. This completely cuts out the lunar Sabbath and them using this precept to prove the lunar Sabbath.
The book of Job, chapter 30 and verse 17. My bones are pierced in me in the night season, and my sinews take not rest.
He says, my bones are pierced in me in the night season, and my sinews take no rest. There is a such thing as the night season. Let's go to Psalms 22 and 2.
The book of Psalms, chapter 22 and verse 2. Oh my God, I cry in the daytime, but thou hearest not, and in the night season, and am not silent.
So he says, oh my God, I cry in the daytime, but thou hearest not. and in the night season, meaning there is a day season and there's a night season, and am not silent. Let's go to Ecclesiastes 3:1.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3 and verse 1. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven.
So he says, to everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven. There could be, any time could be a season. I can say, you know what, for the next hour, every 5 minutes, give me a signal to let me know that 5 minutes has gone by. So he's going to give me a signal in its season. It's as simple as that. All right. Let's go to Isaiah 50:4.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 50 and verse 4. The Lord God had given me the tongue of the learned, that I should know how to speak a word in season to him that is weary. He awakeneth morning by morning. He wakeneth mine ear to hear as the learned.
So he says, the Lord hath given me the tongue of the learned, that I should know how to speak a word in season to him that is weary, at the proper time, to say the right thing. Sometimes you can say the wrong thing. This person, he says, he wakeneth morning by morning, he wakeneth mine ear to hear as the learned. So this person's bringing their problems to him. He's speaking in his ear. He wants to get what? Counsel from him. He wants to learn. He wants to get understanding. And he's asking the Lord to give him a tongue of the learned, so that when he answers, he can answer in the right season with the right words to do what? To comfort this person. Because if you speak out of season, you can end up saying the wrong thing and make the person's condition worse. They're already, in a state of turmoil. They're probably all sad and somber and, just got the blues. And then you turn around and say the wrong thing and hurt their feelings even more, make them feel even worse than they already do. So even speaking at the proper time could be considered a season. Let's go to Jeremiah 33:20-22.
The book of Jeremiah, 33.
Yeah, Jeremiah 33:20-22.
Jeremiah 33 and verse 20. And it says, thus said the Lord, if ye can break my covenant of the day and my covenant of the night, and that there should not be day and night in their season.
So read that part again. That there what?
That there should not be day and night in their season.
He says that there should not be day and night in their season. Telling us what? That there is a day season and that there is a night season. Read on.
Then may also my covenant be broken with David, my servant, that he should not have a son to reign upon his throne, and with the Levites, the priests, my ministers. As the host of heaven cannot be numbered, neither the sand of the sea measured, so will I multiply the seed of David, my servant, and the Levites that minister unto me.
All right, let's go to Wisdom of Solomon 10:17.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 10 and verse 17. Rendered to the righteous a reward of their labors, guided them in a marvelous way, and was unto them for a cover by day and a light of stars in the night season.
So he says, rendered to the righteous. The righteous is talking about Israel, a reward of their labors. We were laboring hard labor in Egypt. Guided them in a marvelous way. So that chariot appeared in the sky and it led us out of Egypt. It, led us through the Red Sea. And it says it was unto them for a cover by day. So remember, during the daytime when it appeared in the pillar of a cloud and a light of stars in the night season. The night season, again, proving that there is a day season and a night season. That's what Psalms 104 is referring to. Let's go to the book of Sirach, chapter 43 and 6 through 8.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 43 and verse 6. He made the moon also to serve in her season for a declaration of times and a sign of the world. From the moon is the sign of feast, a light that decreaseth in her perfection. The month is called after her name, increasing wonderfully in her changing, being an instrument of the armies above, shining in the firmament of heaven.
All right. So it says he made the moon also to serve in her season for a declaration of times. What are those times? Nighttime and daytime. That's her season, nighttime. He made the moon also to serve in her season for a declaration of times and a sign of the world. That's what he put the luminaries in the sky for. One to light the day, the other one to light the night. The greater light, the lesser light. From the moon is the sign of feast, a light that decreaseth in her perfection. So the new moon is bright because it is called a new moon, and it decreases in light as it fades out and it goes closer to the dark moon. Says the month is called after her name. The month, the word month and moon both just so happen to have the same word, but there's different definitions. Different definitions. And you've got to have um, understanding in order to perceive which one is being used at which times. You have to be able to perceive that. That's why we have so many people making the mistake in following the moon, because they've taken it to believe that every time the word new moon is used in the scriptures, that it's talking about the moon in the sky, the new moon, when it's actually referring to the new month or the beginning of the month. That's the actual definition or the actual translation that should be there in the majority of the scriptures that you see that says new moon. And like I said, if you don't believe what we're saying, don't believe us. We're reading it. Go back and research it for yourself and study it. So, what is the season that the moon was made to serve? The moon was made to serve the night season. The new moon is when it is full, and then it decreases in its perfection. All right, until it's completely dark. And then it goes back and increases in her perfection as it goes back to light. And you can read about that in the book of Enoch, which like I said, we've done what, like a 4 hour and something lesson on the day, a 4 hour, actually last week's class was 5 hours and something, right? It's a
Right.
little over 5 hours for the week. And this lesson here so far is over 4 hours, almost 5 hours. And we still haven't even pulled out the book of Enoch because we haven't had to. So go and watch all three lessons: lesson 1, lesson 2, and lesson 3. So we'll get to Enoch next time when we get to the lesson about the year. So now the next question we've got to answer is how many. Remember at the beginning of the lesson, we read off a series of questions that we have to ask and answer. So the next question in the series of questions is how many months are there? Because we've got some of our people that are adding a 13th month to the year, and we've got to be able to determine whether or not that is biblical or not. So let's go to the book of Esther, chapter 1 and verse 4.
The book of Esther, chapter 1 and verse 4. When he showed the riches of his glorious kingdom and the honor of his excellent majesty, many days, even 100 and 80 days.
So 104 score days. 104 score days. That is 180 days. Remember, a score is what? 20. So 104 score days. That's 100 plus 20 times 4 equals 180 days. Keep that in mind. 180 days. Now let's go to Esther chapter 2 and verse 12.
Esther, chapter 2 and verse 12. Now, when every maiden's turn was come to go into King Ahasuerus, after that she had been 12 months, according to the manner of the woman, for so were the days of their purification accomplished, to wit 6 months with oil or myrrh, and 6 months with sweet odor, and with other things for the purifying of the woman.
All right. So this is talking about when Esther and the other women had to go and get themselves purified for the king. It says, now when every maid's turn was come to go into King Ahasuerus, after that she had been 12 months according to the manner of the women. For so were the days of their purifications accomplished, to wit, 6 months with oil of myrrh, and 6 months with sweet odors, and with other things for the purifying of the women. So let me share my screen again. Let me know when you can see it.
There it is.
Okay. So going back up to Esther 1 and 4 says, when he showed the riches of his glorious kingdom and the honor of his excellent majesty, many days, even 104 score days, which came out to 180 days. Correct? So we had in Esther 2 and 12. Now, when every maid's turn was come to go into King Ahasuerus, after that she had been 12 months according to the manner of the women. For so were the days of their purifications accomplished, to wit 6 months with oil of myrrh, and 6 months with sweet odors, and with other things for the purifying of the women. So 12 months divided in two. 6 months of oil and myrrh, and 6 months with sweet odors. A whole year, correct? 12 months divided in two equals 6 months, right? How many days are there in a month? So far, we have been telling you that there's 30 days. We proved it when we did the lesson on the week and on the days, that there's 30 days in a month. And we're further proving it here with other precepts with what we're showing you here. So 6 months times 30 days equals 180 days, the same amount of days if you read about in Esther 1 and 4, which is 6 months. 6 months of 30 days. Can you do that with the lunar month? Let's see. Because remember, the lunar month fluctuates between 29 and 30 days. Month 1, 29 days. Month 2, 30 days. Month 3, 29 days. Month 4, 30 days. Month 5, 29 days. Month 6, 30 days, for a total of what? 177 days. It doesn't add up. You can't do it. There is no way you can do it. using the lunar month, whether it's the lunar Sabbath that you're counting with, or by following the moon. Because even just following the moon, some months actually, in fact, do I have that later in the lesson? Actually, I do. I have it later in the lesson. I don't want to jump the gun, but I'm going to show you where, um, was it February this year or March this month? I think it was February, that there were two new moons in the same month. We're going to get to it. There were two new moons in the same month, and one of the months didn't have a new moon. So there is no way that you can add this up by following the moon. No way. Whether it's following the lunar Sabbath or following the full moon, the dark moon, or the sliver moon, there is no way in the world you could come up with 180 days by following the moon. All right. So let me click on this and let's get back to the next question. Does the Bible say that there are 13 months? Does the Bible say that there are 13 months? I'm opening something up real quick. Just give me a second. So what I did was, I typed in the question in Google and, asked, does the Bible mention anything about 13 months? And of course, this popped up, somebody asking the very question. So what we're going to see right now is how not only the Christians, not only these fake Jewish people, which is what this is right here, one of these lying uh, Israelis or something, Jewish rabbis or someone, but even in Israel today, us, the real Israel, in the Israelite community, they are telling the same lies. So I'm going to share this real quick. Let me know when you see it.
There it is.
All right. So this is called Yahweh's Restoration Ministry. And the very question was asked. This person says, I'm still trying to find in the Bible where it mentions 13 months. Where do you find proof for this? So this is obviously somebody that, that's inquiring and they wanted to ask. So that's his question. I'm still trying to find in the Bible where it mentions 13 months. Where do you find proof for this? His answer: the Bible never provides an exact number of months for the biblical year. Think about that. The Bible never provides an exact number of months for the biblical year. So, in other words, he's saying the Bible doesn't tell us nothing about the number of months in the year, which shows you that whoever this person is in this Yahweh's Restoration Ministry doesn't, haven't fully studied, or they don't understand the scriptures. They're not understanding the scriptures. It says what it does provide is the method to begin the year and count each subsequent month. The Bible confirms that the first month of the biblical year is called Abib. Deuteronomy 16:1 states, observe the month of Abib and keep the Passover unto Yahweh that Elohim, for in the month of Abib, Yahweh thy Elohim brought thee forth out of Egypt by night. So reading this, you only can infer that this person is one that believes that Abib is a name of the month.
Right.
The word observe comes from the Hebrew shamar and means to guard. It also conveys the idea of watching. The word month derives from the Hebrew Hodesh. I was calling it Kodesh until I was correcting myself. listening to it last week. It says Strong's defines this word as new moon and by extension, a month. Lastly, the word Abib is Hebrew and means young ears of grain. Okay, he's getting somewhere with it. Exodus 9 and 31 verifies that the grain spoken of is barley. It states that the barley was in the ear or Abib near the Passover observance, occurring on the 14th day of the first month, Leviticus 23 and 5. Agriculturally, the wheat harvest begins in the third month, approximately 2 months after the beginning of the barley harvest, which is correct. That's when the wheat harvest begins. These facts help in determining how to begin the biblical year. Deuteronomy 16 and 1 is literally commanding that we look for the new moon. This is where he goes left. Deuteronomy 16 and 1 is literally commanding that we look for the new moon within the month of green ears. Agriculturally, Abib refers to when the barley enters the late dough stage, i.e., when the grain can be parched or roasted. So that's not correct. It says, therefore, Abib begins at the new moon crescent when there is barley in the dough stage or later. Because remember, the Amalekites, these fake Jews, they follow the sliver moon. It says this occurs between March and April. Each subsequent month then begins with the sighting of the new moon crescent. Since there is an 11-day difference between the solar and lunar year, every 2 to 3 years, a 13th month must be added to keep the seasons aligned. The Jews call this month Adar 2. The Bible does not mention a 13th month. So he's now finally telling the truth. The Bible does not mention a 13th month. But he started out by saying the Bible never provides an exact number of months for the biblical year. But he also knows that it doesn't mention no 13th month. It says the New Unger's Bible Dictionary confirms this method. The months began with the new moon, but the first month was fixed after the Exodus and by the necessities of the Passover, by the ripening of the earliest grain, namely barley. Additional evidence is found from the International Standard Bible Encyclopedia. Abib is not properly a name of a month, but part of a descriptive phrase. So he's getting that right. The month of young ears of grain. This may indicate the Israelitish way of determining the new year, the year beginning with the new. Now he's going left again. The year beginning with the new moon nearest or next preceding this stage of the growth of the barley. Since Exodus 9 and 31 and 12 and 2 shows that the barley was in Abib before the new moon crescent, this is the pattern YRM uses to fix the month of Abib. It is important to note that in the 4th century, Hillel II changed the biblical calendar and transitioned from a calendar based on observation to calculation, including using the conjunction to begin the month in the autumnal equinox to begin the year. Since the autumnal equinox occurs in the fall, corresponding to the 7th Jewish month, the Jews count backwards to mark the first biblical month. Along the way, they also add their postponements, ensuring that days like Yom Kippur does not occur alongside of a weekly Sabbath to ensure the alignment of the seasons. They also employ, that's because the Day of Atonement should never land on a Sabbath day. None of the high holy days, as far as Passover, Feast of Dedication, um, um, Pentecost, the Feast of Weeks, Tabernacles, none of those should be landing nowhere near the Sabbath day. As far as landing on the Sabbath day, it shouldn't be happening. Like there is certain camps right now who started their Passover on the Sabbath last night and is breaking the Sabbath by having their people cooking the lamb and their, and things like that on the Sabbath day. So I'm not saying, I'm just saying, as certain people like to say, I'm not saying, I'm just saying. If you're understanding the calendar, there is no way the Passover should ever fall on the Sabbath day because it's its own Sabbath day. Um, so it says, ensuring that days like Yom Kippur does not occur alongside of a weekly Sabbath. To ensure the alignment of the seasons, they also employ a 19-year cycle, adding a 13-month at intervals of 2 to 3 years, which every single, let me look at the camera, which every single Israelite camp that's following the moon have been doing and has done and did this year. All of them have added this 13th month. There is none of them that could look you in the eye and honestly tell you that they did not add a 13th month to the season or to the year. Every one of them did it. And when I say everyone, I mean every one of them. Because I know there's going to be some people that believe that their camp can't do no wrong and that their camp is the vanguards and we don't know the Bible. They know more than us because we're just two nobodies. And that's fine. I am a nobody. All right. So let's get back to this. So again, there is no way with the count of the 180 days that you can do that if you're following the moon. The moon doesn't have a 30-day perfect cycle. Okay. Um, so now he's in this article we just read. This is how they get away with lying and saying that, well, there's no 13th month mentioned in the scriptures, but the scriptures don't actually really tells us how many months there are. So if you believe that the scriptures don't tell you how many months there are, then it's okay if you add the 13th month because there could be 15 months. We don't know because the Bible doesn't tell us. That's their reasoning. That's how they bamboozle you. That's how they trick you. That's how they lie to you. But let's go to the book of First Chronicles, chapter 27 and verse 1. You're going to read through verse 15. Let's see if the Bible gives us any indication of how many months there are in the year.
The book of First Chronicles, chapter 27 and verse 1. Now the children of Israel, after their number, to wit the chief fathers and captains of thousands and hundreds, and the officers that serve the king in any matter of the course, which came in and went out month by month throughout all the months of the year of every course were 20,004.
So it says, which came and went out. In other words, they did their office, they did their work month by month throughout all the months of the year. Listen to that key phrase, all the months of the year. Read on.
Over the first course for the first month was Jashabeam, the son of Zabdiel, and in his course were 20,004.
So the first month. So that's month one. Read on.
Of the children of Perez was the chief of all captains of the host of the first month.
Okay, read on.
And over the course of the second month was Doi and
Dodai.
Doi and
Dodai, like two D's, Dodai.
Dodai,
Yeah, like dodo bird, I guess. Dodai. Read.
Dodai, Dodai and
And
Hohaiti,
uh Ahohite.
Ahohaiti,
Ahohite. Yeah, some
Ahohite,
of these names.
Ahohite, and of his course was Mikolath. Mikolath, also the ruler in his course, likewise was 20 and 40,000.
So that's the second month. Read on.
The third captain of the host for the third month was Benaniah, the son of Jehoiada, a chief priest, and in his course were 20 and 40,000. This is the Benaniah who was mighty among the 30 and above the 30, and in his course was Amizabad, his
It looks
son.
like a Mizabad.
Mizabad, his son.
Okay, read on. So that's the third month. Read on.
The fourth captain for the fourth month was Azahel, the brother of Joab, and Zebediah, his son, after him, and his course were 20 and 4,000.
So now we know there's 4 months. Read on.
The fifth captain for the fifth month was Shamhuth, the Israelite, and in his course were 20 and 4,000.
Now we know there's how many? 5 months. Read on.
The sixth captain for the sixth month was Ira, the son of Ikakesh, the Tekoite,
Tekoite.
and Tekoite, and his course were 20 and 4,000.
Now we know there's 6 months. Read on.
The seventh captain for the 7 month was Heles, the Pelonite, of the children of Ephraim, and in his course were 20 and 4,000.
Now we know there's 7 months. Read on.
The eighth captain for the 8th month was Zebekiah, the Hushathite, of the Sarhittites,
Zarhites.
and
Zarhites.
in Hittites, and in his course were 20 and 4,000.
So now we know there's 8 months. Read on.
The ninth captain for the 9th month was Abiezar, the Ananias of the
Anatotite.
Anatotite, Anatotite of the Benjamites, and in his course were 20 and 4,000.
Now we know there's 9 months. Read on.
The 10th captain for the 10th month was Mahariah, the Netophathites of the Zarhittites,
The
and
Zarhites.
the Zarhites, and in his course were 20 and 4,000.
Now we know there's 10 months. Read on.
The 11th captain for the 11th month was Benaniah, the Pirathonite,
Pirathonite. Pirathonite or Pirathonite.
Pirathonite of the children of Ephraim, and in his course were 20 and 4,000.
Now we know there's 11 months. Read
The
on.
the 12th captain for the 12th month was Heladiah, the Netophathite of Othniel, and in his course were 20 and 4,000.
Now we know the 12th month. Read on.
Furthermore, over the tribe of Israel, the ruler of the Reubenites was Eleazar, the son of Zechariah of the Semonites, Shephatiah, the son of Makkah, of the Levites, Hashabiah, the son of Kemuel, of the Aaronites, Zadok. Of Judah, Elihu, one
Oh,
of the
wait. So what happened? Well, where's 13th month?
no, 13 months.
You sure there's nobody listed for the 13th month, the second month of Adar, to do the work?
No.
There are 12 months in the year. 12. These men were chosen to account for all 12 months of the year, which we read in verse 1. I'll read it again. Now, the children of Israel, after their number, to wit, the chief fathers and captains of thousands and hundreds, and their officers that served the king in any matter of the courses, which came in and went out month by month throughout all, let me stress it, throughout all the months of the year. And it listed all the months of the year that these men did their service, which was the first month, second month, third month, fourth month, fifth month, sixth month, seventh month, eighth month, ninth month, 10th month, 11th month, and 12th month. There is no 13th month. Who are you going to get to do the service for you're going to have to hurry up and find 24,000 somebodies to go and do the work for the 12th month.
13.
I mean, yeah, for the 13th. Sorry about that. But notice there are only 12 months that these men were appointed service over. And it said all the months. There is no 13th month. We can't be adding no 13th month. It is not biblical whatsoever. You can't find it in the 66 books. You can't find it in the Apocrypha. You can't find it in Jasher. You can't find it in Enoch. You can't find it in Jubilees. None of the other books that there is a 13th month or that we should be adding a 13th month. Let's go to Numbers 28 in verse 14.
Book of Numbers, chapter 28 and verse 14. And their drink offerings shall be half a hin of wine unto a bullock, and the third part of a hin unto a ram, and a fourth part of a hin unto a lamb. This is the burnt offering of every month throughout the months of the year.
So it says, this is the burnt offering of every month throughout the months of the year. How many months are there? 12 months. So you're going to have to do these offerings month by month for 12 months, not 13 months. Let's go to Deuteronomy 4 and 2, because this is exactly a lot of, so you got to be careful, because a lot of these guys, a lot of these leaders, these leaders that are under these leaders, they will pull these same scriptures and use them, and they're doing the same thing themselves. Deuteronomy 4 and 2, go ahead.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 4 and verse 2. Ye shall not add unto the word which I commanded you, neither shall ye diminish aught from it, that ye may keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you.
So they'll pull this scripture in a heartbeat. You adding to the word. You're adding to the word. Well, when you're adding a 13th month to the months of the year, aren't you adding to the word? They'll pull it on somebody in their congregation in a heartbeat. Somebody out on the streets that they're battling against. Somebody, they're quick to pull it. That's the hypocrisy in Israel. Let's go to Deuteronomy 12 and 29 through 31.
Deuteronomy chapter 12 and verse 29. When the Lord thy God shall cut off the nations from before thee, whither thou goest to possess them, and thou succeedest them, and dwellest in their land, take heed to thyself that thou be not snared by following them after that they be destroyed from before thee, and that thou inquire not after their gods, saying, how did these nations serve their gods? Even so will I do likewise. Thou shalt not do so unto the Lord thy God, for every abomination to the Lord which he hated have they done unto their gods, for even their sons and their daughters they have burnt in the fire to their gods.
So it says, when the Lord thy God shall cut off these nations from before thee, whither thou goest to possess them, and thou succeedest them, and dwellest in their land. Take heed to thyself that thou be not snared by following them, after that they be destroyed from before thee, and that thou inquire not after their gods, saying, how did these nations serve their gods? How did they serve their gods? Our people are still doing that today. They're reading, these books on the Kabbalah or whatever you want to call it. The day, what is it? The Book of the Dead. You know what I mean? Reading up on black magic and all this kind of crazy stuff, on trying to find out how these gods, or not these gods, but how these nations serve their gods. I even did it today. I had to do it today in order just to show you guys that this is what Israel is doing. We're not supposed to be doing it. So I have to ask for mercy from the Most High for even just showing it to you. And I'm aware of that. I'm not going to sit up here, be no hypocrite, like, oh, you see, they're doing. I know I just did it. This is what Israel does. And like I said, we are all, none of us have kept his commandments. So stop sitting around pretending like, your camp or your group is, holier than thou. You guys are got it down perfect. And you know what I mean? It's like, no, you don't. He says, take heed to thyself that thou be not snared by following them, after that they be destroyed from before thee, and that thou inquire not after their gods, saying, how did these nations serve their gods? Even so will I do likewise. Thou shalt not do so unto the Lord thy God. For every abomination to the Lord which he hateth have they done unto their gods, for even their sons and their daughters they have burnt in the fire to their gods. We're not even supposed to mention their gods. It says, what things soever I command you, observe to do it. Thou shalt not add thereto nor diminish from it. We're not supposed to add to his word. We're not supposed to take from. Let's go to Proverbs 30 and 5 through 6. This lesson is long. I'm letting you guys know this lesson is very long.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 30 and verse 5. Every word of God is pure. He is a shield unto them that put their trust in him. And thou not unto his words, lest he reprove thee, and thou be found a liar.
It says, every word of God is pure. He is a shield unto them that put their trust in him. Add thou not unto his words, lest he reprove thee, and thou be found a liar. You guys are finding out today, and I'm sure it hasn't been told to you just today. You just don't want to listen. That whoever's been leading you and having you follow the moon has been lying to you. Adding a 13th month has been lying to you. Having you fluctuate your holy days. One year it's in at the beginning of March, the other year it's in April. They've been lying to you. Let's go to Revelation 22 and 18 through 19.
The book of Revelation, chapter 22 and verse 18. And it says, "For I testify unto every man that heareth the word of the prophecy of this book. If any man shall add unto these things, God shall add unto him the plagues that are written in this book. And if any man shall take away from the words of the book of this prophecy, God shall take away his part out of the book of life and out of the holy city and from the things which are written in this book."
Again, don't add, don't take away. And that is exactly what's happening when it comes to the calendar. People are adding, people are taking away. Adding the transitional days to explain away their 8th and 9th days of the month and all of this stuff. There is no evidence in the scriptures of a 13th month. We're just going to read through these just real fast. Okay. I'm just pulling some scriptures to show that you can find 12th month in the scriptures, but you can't find nothing about 13th month. So we'll go to 2 Kings 25 and 27.
The book of 2 Kings 25 and verse 27. And it says, "And it came to pass in the 7th and 30th year of the captivity of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, in the 12th month, on the 7th and 20th day of the month, that evil Merodach, king of Babylon, in the year that he began to reign, did lift up the head of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, out of prison."
Go to 1 Chronicles 27 and 15.
The book of 1 Chronicles, chapter 27 and verse 15. "The 12th captain for the 12th month was Heladiah the Netophathite,
Netophathite.
Netophathite of Othniel, and in his corps were 20 and 4,000.
So we just read about all of those 12 captains that were set up to do that office. Let's go to Esther 3 and 7.
Esther 3 and 7. "In the first month, that is the month Nisan, in the 12th year of King Assyrius, they cast pur, that is the lot, before Haman from day to day and from month to month, to the 12th month, that is the month Adar."
Let's go to Esther 3 and 13.
3 and 13. Verse 13. "And the
Wait.
letters
Actually,
were..."
you know what? No. Hold on. Let me back up a second because I do have to say something about this in Esther 3 and 7. Let's back up. Because it says in the first month, that is the month Nisan. Here we are using the name of the month that we got from Babylon. In the 12th year of King Ahasuerus, they cast pur, that is the lot before Haman from day to day and from month to month, to the 12th month. So they did it from day to day and from month to month until when? The 12th month, because the 12th month is the last month of the year. That is the month Adar. Even in the scriptures, it only takes us to the month Adar. And then you have the 13th month added by these camps, which they're calling second Adar, or a leap month or something like that. Also, I've heard it called. The scriptures right here in Esther 3 and 7, I'm glad I caught it, that I need to go back and explain this. Esther 3 and 7 clearly is showing you that there's only 12 months up to the month Adar. You don't read about no second Adar or 13th month in the scriptures. It's not biblical. All right, let's go to Esther 3 and 13 now.
Esther 3 and 13. "And the letters were sent by post into all the king's province, to destroy, to kill, and to cause to perish all Jews, both young and old, little children and women, in one day, even upon the 13th day of the 12th month, which is the month Adar, and to take the spoils of them for a prey.
And you're gonna hear a lot of these Babylonian names used after we got out of the Babylonian captivity. They were used a lot in the scriptures. Let's go to Esther 9:1.
Book of Esther, chapter 9 and verse 1. Now, in the 12th month, that is the month of Adar, on the 13th day of the same, when the king commanded and his decree drew near to be put in execution, in the day that the enemies of the Jews hoped to have power over them, thought it was turned to the country that the Jews had ruled over them, they hated them.
All right, let's go to Jeremiah 52:31.
Jeremiah chapter 52 and verse 31. It says, and it came to pass in the 7th and 13th year of the captivity of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, in the 12th month, in the 5th and 20th day of the month, that Evor-Mechadoah, king of Babylon, in the first year of his reign, lifted up the head of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, and brought him forth out of prison.
Okay. So let's go to Ezekiel 32:1.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 32 and verse 1. And it came to pass in the 12th year, in the 20th, in the 12th month, in the first day of the month, that the word of the Lord came unto me, saying.
Okay, so what was it? It came to pass in the 12th year, in the 12th month, in the first day of the month. Showing again, there's 12 years. You cannot go search it out. And there's a lot more, scriptures that said I just didn't want to overdo it, but you cannot find no 13th month anywhere. Go to Google, go to any app, Bible app, whatever it is that'll allow you to search for words, numbers. You can't find it. You cannot find a 13th month nowhere. Let's go to 2 Maccabees 15 and 31, or 36, I mean.
The book of 2 Maccabees, chapter 15 and verse 36. 36. And it says, and they ordain all with a common decree, in no case to let that day pass without solemnity, but to celebrate the 13th day of the 12th month, which is the Syrian tongue is called Adar, the day before Mardochio's day.
Mardukis.
Yeah, Mardukis day.
Okay, but it actually says, but to celebrate the 30th day of the 12th month. So again, showing there's how many months? There are 12 months. Nowhere do you find 13th month. All right. Like I said, don't take my word for it. Go and find whatever apps you can find, Bible apps, Bible, you know what I mean? Blue Letter Bible, any of them, and type in 13th month, and it's not there. All right.
Right.
So now, how many months are there in a year? There are 12 months in a year. That
12
should
months.
be proven by now. It should be clear.
And
Go ahead.
and also, if you did not know there were 13, I mean, they were adding 13 months, it should be something that you're hearing and ask, are we using a 13 month?
And if they lie to you, if you're following the moon, the dark moon, sliver moon, full moon, or the lunar Sabbath, and they tell you no, they're lying to you. Go and after they tell you no, go and look it up for yourself. look at the precepts, go back over, this lesson, and search the scriptures daily. That's what we had to do. First, in the camp that I was with, we were following the dark moon. And then it suddenly changed to the full moon. And then, after I left, it was like, wait a minute, hold up. There's something not, like I said, it was after a couple of years we were gone. We were still keeping the high holy days exactly how we had been taught. And all of a sudden, our Passover was almost in February. And we're like, what is going on? How is our Passover so early in March? Remember that? We started looking, started research, like, this isn't making sense. Why does it seem like our Passovers and our Feast of Tabernacles and stuff like that? It was mostly tabernacles. We were like, why does it seem like it's getting closer and closer to the real cold winter? You
Right.
know what I mean? Getting closer to December, you know what I mean? It's like, what is going on?
Right.
And come to find out, started hearing about this 13th month. And like, what? A 13th month? Like, what's that? I never heard of it. And suddenly started hearing people talking about adding the 13th month. And if you don't add the 13th month in your holy days, high holy days will fall out of season. And at that point, it was like, you know what, man, we need to strip this all down, forget about what we learned, and see what was going on. It sounds to me like we've been being lied to. And me, I'm the kind of person I don't like to be lied to. Don't try and deceive me and play me for a fool. So that's what we did. And that's how we're bringing it out to you. We're breaking down the day, we're breaking down the week, we're breaking down the month, and we're breaking down the year to make it crystal clear. Yes, these are some long, boring lessons, but I would rather have long and boring and find out truth than have excitement and be lied to. All right. So now we're going to move on. We know that there's 12 months. Now we're going to get to how many days are there in a month? How many days are there in a month? We're going to go to the book of Genesis, chapter 7, and verse 11. And actually, you know what? No, I'll leave it like this for right now until we get to it. So Genesis 7 and 11.
The book of Genesis, chapter 7 and verse 11. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, the seventh day of the month,
No,
the,
17th day of the month.
the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were open.
And see, the crazy thing is, some of these camps will go to Genesis 7:11. They'll break this down. They'll do the count and sit there and tell you, like, see, there's 30 days in a month, but yet are still following the moon, in which there's 29 and 30 and 29, and so on. And the people will just sit there like we did when we were in the camp and go, okay, all right. You said there's 30 days in a month, and okay, you got the countdown. So he's saying in the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up and the windows of heaven were open. So this is the second month on the 17th day of the month. Keep that in mind. Let's go to Genesis 8 and 3. Going to read through verse 4.
The book of Genesis, chapter 8 and verse 3. And the waters returned from off the earth continually. And after the end of the 150th day, the waters were abated. And the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountain of Ararat.
So the rain started on the 17th day of the second month. The rain and everything was done. The ark rested on Mount Ararat, in the 7th month on the 17th day of the month. For how many days did it go? 150 days. 150 days. Remember that. Let's go to Genesis 7 and 24.
The book of Genesis, chapter 7 and verse 24. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days.
Read that again.
And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days.
So now let me show you. So I'm going to share my screen. No, we're not having no nice, elaborate, professionally done. Some of the people that, they have these elaborate looking, professional done charts and all this kind of stuff. We're keeping it simple. So now, can you see it?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And the waters prevailed upon the earth in 150 days. So the 7th month on the 17th of the month minus the 2nd month, the 17th of the month equals how many months? 5 months. That's how many months it was. 5 months. 5 months times 30 days equals 150 days. 150 days. That clear, right? Now, if you were trying to do that by the lunar count, using the moon, the 2nd month would be a 30-day month, right? 30 days minus 17 days, because it started on the 17th day of the month, that would be 13 days. 3rd month, 29 days. 4th month, 30 days. 5th month, 29. 6th month, 30 days. 7th month, 17 days. How many days is that? 148 days, not 150. 148 days, not 150. There is no way in the world that you could come up with 150 days following the lunar calendar or the lunar count from the dark moon, sliver moon, bright moon, which is the full moon. None of them. It cannot happen. It's impossible. So that should be clear. How many days are there in a month? There are 30 days in a month. Let's go to the book of Revelation, chapter 11 and verse 2. You're going to read through verse 3.
The book of Revelation, chapter 11 and verse 2. But the court which is without the temple leave out, and measure it not, for it is given unto the Gentiles, and the holy city shall they tread under foot 42 months. And I will give power unto my 2 witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,203 days, clothed in sackcloth.
So you got that, right? So he says, but the court which is without the temple leave out and measure it not, for it is given unto the Gentiles. And the holy city shall they tread under foot 42 months. And I will give power unto my 2 witnesses. They shall prophesy 1,203 days, clothed in sackcloth. What is 1,203 days? That equals to 42 months, 1,260 days. The same thing we read, it falls in line with what's written in. Actually, let me share my screen real quick. Share it again so you can see it. Let me know when you see it.
There it is.
All right. So that equals to 42 months, 1,260 days. 1,260 days divided by 42 months equals how many days? 30 days per month. That should be clear. 30 days per month. 42 months divided by 12 months is 3.5, or what is called 3 years and 6 months, which falls in line with what you read in Revelation 11:9 and Revelation 11:11 about the 3.5 days or what have you, which is 3.5 years. It all falls in line, even with what is written in Daniel. All right. So if you try and do it with the lunar count, year one, 354 days. Year two, 354 days. Year three, 354 days. Year four, 177 days because it's a half a year, for a total of what? 1,239 days, not 1,260. Cannot do it with the lunar count. Can't happen. I pray that this is clear. 30 days in a month. And like I said, some of these camps, they're slick. They'll pull these some of these same precepts and do the same count. All right. So give me a second. Let's go to Deuteronomy 21:13. Deuteronomy 21:13.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 21 and verse 13. And she shall put the raiment of her captivity from off her, and shall remain in thine house, and bewail her father and her mother in a full month. And after that thou shalt go in unto her, and be her husband, and she shall be thy wife.
So he's saying, and she shall put the raiment of her captivity from off her, and shall remain in thine house, and bewail her father and her mother a full month. And after that, thou shalt go in unto her and be her husband, and she shall be thy wife. What is a full month? Let's go to 2 Kings 15:13.
Second Kings 15:13.
Yeah.
All right. The book of Second Kings, chapter 15 and verse 13. Shalom, the son of Jabesh, began to reign in the 9 and 13th year of Uzziah, king of Judah, and he reigned a full month in Samaria.
All right. So a full month. Shalom, the son of Jabesh, began to reign in the 9 and 30th year of Uzziah, king of Judah, and he reigned a full month in Samaria. A full month. A full month means a full month, 30 days, which is the same as what's written. Let's go to Deuteronomy 34:8.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 34 and verse 8. And the children of Israel wept for Moses in the plains of Moab 30 days, so the days of weeping and mourning for Moses were ended.
So how many days? And the children of Israel wept for Moses in the plains of Moab 30 days. So the days of weeping and mourning for Moses were ended. So 30 days would be the same as a full month. It's the same thing. Some of the precepts, it says a full month. Some of the precepts, it says 30 days. Let's go to the book of Numbers, chapter 20 and verse 29.
Book of Numbers, chapter 20 and verse 29. And when all the congregation saw that Aaron was dead, they mourned for Aaron 30 days, even all the house of Israel.
So again, our forefathers are mourning for him for how many days? 30 days, a full month, just like we read in Deuteronomy 34:8 that they mourned for Moses for 30 days. And Shalom did what? Reigned a full month in Samaria. And she had wailed for her father and mother a full month. A full month, 30 days is saying the same thing. 30 days is a full month. Okay. Um, so basically, what you should be noticing now is that you cannot find a scripture that has 31 days as a month, or saying that a month is 29 days. You can't find it. You can't even find a scripture that says 30 days or 9 and 20 days. Nothing like that. And I mean 1 and 30 days, meaning 31 days. You can't find it. Let's go to 2 Samuel 24:8.
The book of 2 Samuel, chapter 24 and verse 8. So when they had gone through all the land, they came to Jerusalem at the end of 9 months and 20 days.
So it says, so when they had gone through all the land, they came to Jerusalem at the end of 9 months and 20 days. Why didn't they say 10 months? Because that's normally what you will see when it's not a exact number of months. Like if it was 10 months of 30 days, it would have just said 10 months. But because it's not a full 30 days, that's why he put 9 months and 20 days.
Right.
So you can see that it's not a full month. 20 days is not a full month. But if it had been 30 months, he wouldn't have said at the end of 9 months and 30 days. You won't see that. It would just say 10 months, if that makes sense. All right, let's go to 2 Chronicles 36:2.
The book of 2 Chronicles, chapter 36 and verse 2. Jehoahaz was 23 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 3 months in Jerusalem.
Okay, so 3 months. You see how it's written, meaning 3 whole months. 3 months of 30 days. You got that, right? Now let's go to 2 Chronicles 36:9. This is proving my point of what I just said a second ago.
The book of 2 Chronicles, chapter 36 and verse 9. Jehoiakim was 8 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 3 months and 10 days in
Why didn't they say
Jerusalem.
4 months? Go
Right.
ahead.
And 10 days in Jerusalem, and he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord.
So it's not 3 whole months because it's not 30 days. It's not 4 months of 30 days. It's only 3 months and 10 days. So it's not a full month. A full month is 30 days. It should be clear. Somebody, how many days are in the month? It's 30. All right. So give me a second. Trying to close these out. All right. So what is it that we should be watching for, looking for, observing? The Abib. We already showed what the Abib is, which is what is the result of the changing of the season. The sun, the moon, and the stars effects on the crops, the result of the seasons changing. In spring, things begin to grow, they become alive. In the winter, they begin to die. All right. Like I said, I'm no farmer, no scientist on all of this. Just going by what I'm understanding from the scriptures. All right. Let's go to, hold on. Um, yeah, let's go. Let's go through this part because it's dealing with what we should be looking for, and it's the harvest, the barley harvest, or what have you. So let's go to Second Samuel 21 and 1 through 14.
The book of Second Samuel, chapter 21 and verse 1. Then there was a famine in the days of David 3 years, years after year. And David inquired of the Lord, and the Lord answered, It is for Saul, for his bloody house, because he slew the Gibeonites. And the king called the Gibeonites and said unto them, Now the Gibeonites were not of the children of Israel, but of the remnant of Amorites. And the children of Israel had sworn unto them, and Saul sought to slay them in his zeal to the children of Israel and Judah. Wherefore David said unto the Gibeonites, What shall I do for you, and wherewith shall I make thee an atonement, that ye may bless the inheritance of the Lord? And the Gibeonites said unto him, We will have no silver nor gold of Saul, nor of his house, neither for us shalt thou kill any man in Israel. And he said, What ye shall say, that will I do for you. And they answered the king, The man that consumed us and that devised against us that we should be destroyed from remaining in any of these coasts of Israel. Let 7 men of his son be delivered unto us, and we will hang them up unto the Lord in Gibeah of Saul, whom the Lord did choose. And the king said, I will give them. But the king spared Mephibosheth, the son of Jotham, the son of Saul, because of the Lord's oath that was between them, between David and Jonathan, the son of Saul. But the king took the 2 sons of Rizpah, the daughter of uh, Aiah, whom she bare unto Saul, Armonia and Mephibosheth, and the 5 sons of Michal, the daughter of Saul, who she brought up for Adriel, the son of Barzillai, the Meholathite. And he delivered them into the hand of the Gibeonites, and they hanged them in the hill before the Lord. And they fell all 7 together, were put to death in the days of harvest, in the first day, in the beginning of barley harvest. And Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah, took sackcloth and spread it for her upon her rock from the beginning of harvest until water dropped upon the out of heaven, and suffer neither the birds of the air to rest on them by day, nor the beasts of the field by night. And it was told David what Rizpah, the daughter of Ahiah, the concubine of Saul, had done. And David went and took the bones of Saul and the bones of Jonathan his son from the men of Jabehiel, which had stolen them from the street of Bethashan, where the Philistines them hanged them when the Philistines had slain Saul in Gilboa. And he brought up from thence the bones of Saul and the bones of Judah, Jonathan his son, And they gathered the bones of them that were hanged, and the bones of Saul and Jonathan his son buried they in the country of Benjamin in the Selah in the sepulchre of Kish his father, and they performed all that the king commanded, and after that God was entreated of the land.
All right, so all of that happened during what time of the year? During the first month of the year, during which would be called month of Abib, at the beginning of the barley harvest. Abib is not the name of the month. Abib is just a description of the condition that the crops would be in at that time of the year. All right, we've made that clear from the beginning. We're at the beginning of the lesson. Let's go to Matthew 16 and 1 through 4.
The book of Matthew, chapter 16 and verse 1. The Pharisees also with the Sadducees came, and tempting desired him that he would show them a sign from heaven. He answered and said unto them, when it is evening, ye say, I will be fair, it will be fair weather, for the sky is red. And in the morning, it will be foul weather today, for the sky is red and lowering. O ye hypocrites, ye can discern the face of the sky, but can ye not discern the signs of the times?
So but can ye not discern the signs of the times? Go ahead and read.
A wicked and adulterous generation seeketh after a sign, and there shall no sign be given unto it, but the sign of the prophet Jonas. And he left them and departed.
So he's going after the Pharisees and Sadducees on this. They came what? Tempting and desiring him that he would show them a sign from heaven. That's how Israel is. Israel don't believe nothing unless they're shown a sign, or they're, if they can't see it with their eyes, they don't believe it. The we've learned that here in America, seeing is believing, but that's
Right,
not according to God.
right.
He says, he answered and said unto them, when it is evening, ye say it will be fair weather, for the sky is red, and in the morning it will be foul weather today, for the sky is red and lowering. O ye hypocrites, you can discern the face of the sky, but can ye not discern the signs of the times? A wicked and adulterous generation seeketh after a sign, and there shall no sign be given unto it but the sign of the prophet Jonas. And he left them and departed. But yet you have all of our camp leaders out here showing our people and telling our people that we got to go out to camp with signs with all these images on them
Right.
in order to draw the people into the camp. They're playing on the ignorance of our people. They're playing on the short-sightedness of our people by doing that. And it's funny because actually just while I was sick, I had a lot of time to watch a lot of video. Sick for a whole month, so I was watching a lot of it. I was one particular camp, I was watching some of their old videos when it was just a couple of them and a few of them out there by themselves teaching. Camp, the camp leader and everything was out there. It was just, sometimes it was just two, and then sometimes it was a few of them. They didn't have no camp signs out there. They didn't have no garments on. They were just in their regular clothes. But that wasn't working. That wasn't pulling enough people in fast enough. So then you can see the change. Now it's all about fresh looking garments. Now it's all about entertainment. Now it's all about giving signs for the people. But who am I? We have a wicked and adulterous generation that's seeking after a sign. The sign's already been given. Christ died and his resurrection for our sins. That's the sign. But we want to take a picture out of Black Christ and show the picture of Black Christ to draw them in, even though Christ told you not to make no images. It's crazy. Let's go to John 4 and 34 through 38.
The book of John, chapter 4 and verse 34. Jesus said unto them, My meat is to do the will of him that sent me, and to finish his work. Say not ye, there are yet 4 months, and then cometh harvest. Behold, I say unto you, lift up your eyes and look on the fields, for they are white already to harvest.
He says, Behold, I say unto you, lift up your eyes and look on the fields, for they are white already to harvest. Look. Go ahead and read.
And
Wait.
he,
Stop. Hold on. I gotta. He said, lift up your eyes and look on the fields. There is nowhere in the scriptures where we were told, lift up your eyes and look at the moon.
right,
You don't see it. You don't read it. Just hit me. You don't read it.
right,
It's not there. Go ahead and read them.
right. And he that reapeth receiveth wages, and gathereth fruit unto life eternal, that both he that soweth and he that reapeth may rejoice together. And herein is that saying true, one soweth and another reapeth. I sent you to reap, I sent you to reap that whereon ye bestow no labor, other men laboreth, and ye are enter into their labor.
All right. So he says, look up, lift up your eyes and look on the fields, for they are white already to harvest. Nowhere in the scriptures does he tell us, look up in the sky, see the moon, it's dark.
Right.
That's the beginning of look at the moon, it's a crescent moon. That's when you begin. Look at the moon, it's a full moon. That's when you begin your. You don't read that. It's not there. People are getting a little bit overly dramatic with it and making stuff up. See, when he told Moses that, he was pointing up at the moon and saying, You see that? You see the moon? That's how you know when that's not what happened. Let's go to Lamentations, 2 and 5 through 6.
The book of Lamentations, chapter 2 and verse 5. The Lord was as an enemy. He had swallowed up Israel. He had swallowed up all her places. He had destroyed his strongholds, and had increased in the daughters of Judah mourning and lamentation. And he had violently taken away his tabernacle as if it were of a garden. He had destroyed his places of the assembly. The Lord had caused the solemn feast and the Sabbaths to be forgotten in Zion, and had despised in the indignation of his anger the king and the priests.
All right. So he says, and he had violently taken away his tabernacle. I'm reading verse 6, as if it were of a garden. He had destroyed his places of the assembly. The Lord had caused the solemn feasts and Sabbaths to be forgotten in Zion. He has caused the solemn feasts and Sabbaths to be forgotten in Zion. And as we wake up and we come back to the remembrance, we've got to, how could I put it? Search diligently. As I said earlier, you've got to search the scriptures daily. You've got to be willing to study. You've got to be willing to read. You got to be willing to sit through these lessons. Yes, they are some long, boring lessons, but Lord's will, you're going to learn wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of this book. We're supposed to teach you the Bible. We're supposed to teach you what is written. Some people have taken from the scriptures, and it's been going on, like we said in one of the other lessons, since they did that first lesson of Nicaea. Not lesson, that first council of Nicaea. 7 count. Well, there's more than 7, but they only acknowledge 7 of the councils, where they were slowly taking the books out of the Bible. It just didn't happen during the 1800s when they took the Apocrypha out. It's been going on for a couple of thousand years almost now. All right. So real quick, give me 1 second. Yeah, these are, yeah, so let's recap. Um, Give me a second. All right, so let's recap. I'll share the screen with you. Let me know when you see it.
There it is.
So, just to recap everything we covered today, there's a couple of things on here that we didn't cover because we're going to cover it in dealing with the year. There are 30 days in a month. There are 12 months of 30 days each, making 360 days in a year. What we haven't covered is what we're going to cover when we get to the year, when we get into Enoch, that there are 4 seasonal days in the year. One in the first month, one at the beginning or just before the 4th month, the 7th month, and the 10th months, making a full 364-day year. Those 4, what it's called intercalary days, are not counted in the month. That's the only place that you find anything called an intercalary day. That's where these guys got the intercalary month, or the second month of Adar, or, just adding the 13th month period, or adding transitional days. They tell you don't read the book of Enoch, but yet they borrow the concept from Enoch to justify following after the moon. Enoch is the only place. This is the Enoch calendar. Dealing with it, understanding it, is the only place that we are shown that there are the 4 seasonal days that are what? The first days of the beginnings of the new seasons. The first day of the first month begins on the true spring equinox, when the daylight and the dark are exactly equal length, which is the 16th day of March. It's not the 22nd or the 23rd. We're going to show you that when we go through the year, that was changed by the Pope in order to make Easter fall after, what is it? Is it called I believe it's right after the first full moon, or not full moon, the first new moon of April or March, or after the spring equinox or something like that. We'll go over it in detail in the next lesson. So that's at the time where there's 12 hours of day and 12 hours of night. It's just on that day. It doesn't stay like that daily, because I know I said something last week that some people would take as me saying that there's always 12 hours of day and 12 hours of night. It's only on that day, because as the summer starts to increase in days, the daylight hours increase and the night hours decrease to where it's off balanced. And then as we get into the fall, it starts to go the other direction. And it'll be explained exactly how that works when we get to Enoch. But as I said, we haven't even had to go to Enoch to prove what we're teaching. in these last 3 lessons, just going through the 66 books, as they call it, and the Apocrypha, and minimal pretty much in the Apocrypha, to prove what we're showing and teaching. This begins the spring, which is observable, which the observable result is the growth of the barley in its season. In the first month of the season, the barley should be in a state of Abib 2 to 3 weeks after the equinox, thus being ready for harvesting. The first sheaf of the what do you call it, of the harvest, being ready to offer after the first Sabbath, after the end of the unleavened bread, if that makes sense. All right. So let me go back. All right. So looking back at this same somewhat, I don't know what you want to call it, just calendar, this outline of the month, the first month of the calendar, as we showed you earlier. We got the 7-day work week, which is the first day, second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, sixth day, seventh day. If you don't understand what I mean, once again, go back and watch the second lesson that deals with the week. Watch the first lesson that deals with the day. The first day of the first month starts right here, which is the first day, the first month of the year, of the 12-month year, which we'll get into next lesson dealing with the year. Starts on the 4th day of the work week, because that's when the luminaries were created, which we're going to go through when we read Enoch. The luminaries were created on the 4th day of the work week. That's where the calendar begins, the first day of the month, first day of the calendar year. In what time? The springtime, the month of Abib, or the time of Abib. That first day of the first month. This day here is what is called the intercalary day, or the first day of spring, which is not counted in the counting, which is not my words, not something I'm making up. You will read it in when we get to Enoch. It is written. The first day of the first month. What happens? You will find that Passover ends up happening on that 4th day, which what we call today is Wednesday, which is the 15th day, which actually starts on this day, the 3rd day. At what time? At evening, on the 14th day. They get the lamb, they kill the lamb on the 14th day at evening, going into the 15th day, where we eat the lamb, we eat the unleavened bread, we eat the bitter herb and drink the wine and so on, and have the Passover meal. The Passover always falls on this 4th day of the week without fail. The Lord's high holy days are set feasts. Tabernacles is going to fall on the 4th day of the week every year. Feast of what other holy day starts on the 15th day? I can't even think of it right now. My mind is going blank. But as we go through the year next time, it's going to be crystal clear. The Lord's holy days are set holy days. His feasts are set. Go to Numbers 29 and 39. This is dealing with all the offerings. We had the offerings for the Feast of Trumpets, the offerings for the Day of Atonement, the offerings for the Feast of Booths, offerings for Passover, and so on. The daily offerings. We had the Sabbath offerings, the monthly offerings, the Passover offerings. If you guys can see that as I'm going through, we had the offering for the Feast of Weeks, the offerings for the Feast of Trumpets, the offerings for the Day of Atonement, and the offerings for the Feast of Booths. And then when we get down to the end, read 29 and 39.
The book of Numbers, chapter 29 and verse 39. These things ye shall do unto the Lord in your set feast.
And your
Besides
what?
in your set feast.
In your set feasts. All the Lord's feasts are set feasts. They come in on the same day at the same time of the year without fail if you're following the calendar correctly. This is going on our third year using it, and we have not had to set no 30-day extra 13th month or none of that. It comes in without fail. We started our Passover. We're in the midst of our Feast of Unleavened Bread right now. We started our Passover on Tuesday evening at sundown. And right now, we're in what? The 18th day of the month. There are some camps that are starting their feast day right here on the Sabbath day, which should never happen. Which should never happen. There is in the scriptures, there is never any exception for us to be cooking on the seventh day Sabbath. It is set. These Sabbaths are set. 4th, 11th, 18th, and 25th day of the first month are the Sabbath days. Does not change. And when we get to the year, it's going to be crystal clear how this works. We start the year here, and next year is going to start right here again without fail. All right. So as we come out of the end, we'll go through that in the year next week and next time, which should be next week. Lord's will, you got some edification from it. Like we said, we're just a couple of nobodies, but we're trying to make this as simple as possible. It's time consuming. It was very time consuming, even searching all this out. It took at least a year.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't done in haste. So, like I said, don't take our word for it. Go back, watch the lessons again, and go through the scriptures yourself. Break it all down yourself and see whether or not we're lying. See whether or not what we're showing you can be disproven without going into all, you know what I mean? Have we had to open up any outside books at all? We could, but we don't have to. We don't have to open up all these other, other outside books in order to, you know what I mean? A few times we got to go into Wikipedia to look up stuff, look up definitions. But other than that, we didn't pull out two Babylons or nothing like that. There are a lot of books out there where you can read about these deities, these moon deities, these sun deities. Lots of books. You could read about the different calendars that are out there. The books are there. I've read some of them, but in order to prove this, you don't even need them. Because what ends up, I try to stay objective when it comes to reading the outside books, because what ends up happening is people And we're human. We start to gravitate towards the books that prove our point and stay away from the ones that disprove it. So you really can't go by that when it, especially in Israel, when it comes to dealing with these outside books. Just like when it comes to Babylon to Timbuktu. We don't open that book up at camp. We don't open it up when we teach at all. Because why? Even though it shows that that 1 million Jews fled out of Egypt and fled into Africa, at the same time, the book, which was written by one of our people, teaches that the descendants of Japheth is the so-called white man. So you got to be very circumspect and careful when you read certain books, because as Israel likes to call, oh, they got some bones in them. It might have a little bit of bones, but we got to be very careful about them bones. So like I said, don't take our word for it. Go and read it for yourself. Go and research this stuff for yourself. And next time we'll be going through the year and how exactly the Enoch year works. We're giving you somewhat of a rundown with it right now. All the Lord's feasts are set feasts. If you don't believe me, go read First Chronicles 23 and 31, Second Chronicles 31 and 3, Ezra 3 and 5, Nehemiah 10 and 33. All these places, it shows you and tells us that the feasts are set feasts. They're set. They're set in their seasons. They're set in their months. They're set in their days. And the time of day in which they start, like the Passover tells us, on the 14th day at even or evening. The Day of Atonement on the 9th day of the month at evening. What month? The 7th month. The memorial blowing of trumpets on the first day of the first month at evening. They're all set and they fall in line in order year by year without fail. All right, so that's food for thought. Go ahead and grab Ecclesiastes 12 and 13 through 14.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil.
And with that, we're going to say shalom, most high in Christ bless. And know this was a long lesson. Lord's will, if anybody watches it, they'll get some edification from it. Because I know our people want to be entertained. That's why when you look at some of these videos that get put out, such and such is being put on blast, or such and such is being exposed. Anything that has to do with strife, Israel just runs to. Anything that's truly trying to edify, Israel don't want to have nothing to do with it. So with that, we're going to say shalom, most high in Christ bless. Enjoy the rest of the Sabbath, and we'll see you next time.